honesty, honesty, and you say 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 honesty, and you say honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty.
Touched by the words of this song, we could praise Jah in the moonlight. Baby, if you don't love me, better do right.
Yes, yes.
Hey, oh God.
Tired but not weary, you know? Tired but not weary. But
I see you still have one of Malcolm X classes, dog.
I wanted the glasses yesterday. No, but you just read. Yeah. But folks, this is like a special show. And by the way, I sat and I never coordinate. You
Oh,
know,
I just seen that,
yeah, we didn't make any phone calls and say wear this or wear that. But let me just say, welcome to Reese Miss Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Family, as you join the program, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Please, please, please. Tonight, relax. The Rebel will not be broadcasted. You can catch me next week when I'll play the Bob Marley selections that should have been played last week, but was canceled due to technical difficulties. So again, Relax with the Rebel will not be broadcasted tonight, but we'll be back next week. So tell your friends, because I know some of them, um, they will join us late or they won't join us at all. They'll join us, midnight. So please reach out and tell your family, friends, neighbors that Relax with the Rebel will not be broadcasted tonight. Now forget some sleep. Missy Brown Brown. Hey, I tell you, we're going to talk about this thing because we have a lot to talk about. But let me just say blessings to Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P. Let me turn down Kevin, yeah. Margine Desmond, Paul Sassidi, Mrs. Nelson, Bob D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, and Angela. I hope you guys are making progress with that document. Big up the Manison, the Ogle, and the Trower families in Durban, South Africa, and the Al Faiz family and tribe in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Thanks to all of you for your guidance and encouragement. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Firehouse crew, and the Rollington. Massive, my general, stand firm. Big up all media personalities and platforms exposing public corruption and trying to hold the government accountable, some of whom broadcasted yesterday's protest in Manhattan. Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV. Soda, sorry for hear about your illness, brethren. Get well soon. And for those of you who don't know about Sutherland TV, check him out. He flew all the way from Chicago to be with us yesterday, and unfortunately, fell ill and had to leave early. So we're wishing him a speedy recovery. Producer Wayne, Global TV. Oh, yeah, an apology, brethren. We should have get you up on the list last week, but I tell you, it was just hectic, and I know you understand. But nevertheless, apologies are due. And Isabel Rose, Waterhouse Vibes. Neat, I'm still mad with you because you had months of advance notice and you could have made the move, but that's okay because people from your area actually made it down in the inclement weather to be with us. Make we talk, Mr. Vumva V, Vumva Va. Thank you, Jeffrey, for being out there, for being a tower of strength, for the encouragement, the guidance, and the assistance. Thank you. Mystic Sensation, thank you for the encouragement. Super Jams, Prezi will be with us shortly, and of course, Dr. Rupert Francis was there with us yesterday. Prezi, most of you, I don't think you know Prezi. You'll get to know him today or tonight, and he does a broadcast on Super Jams Radio down in sunny Florida. He was RMC yesterday, and he did an outstanding job. And that assessment came from all quarters. Professor John Lennon. Oh, we'll hear more about Dr. Rupert Francis as well. John Lennon, Andre Stevens, thank you, Professor, for highlighting the protest yesterday. Much appreciated. Jamaican Carlos, thank you. Thank people. Hey, Jamaican Carlos missed his flight. Well, actually didn't take the flight due to a family emergency. And he came the following. He was supposed to come on Thursday. He came on Friday. Made a tremendous sacrifice to be there. And he came there as quickly as he could. He wasn't there for the start, but when he came, his electricity was visible. I mean, the man just got the crowd going. So big up yourself, Carlos. Aromatic, where you there? You need to come another place. Maria, people, I actually had dinner with Maria, seeing her in person for the first time. And it was a wonderful, wonderful engagement. It was Prezi, Dr. Rupert Francis, Jeffrey Tavares, Maria, and I. We had dinner together. And we spent hours just talking and strategizing. And a major part of the success of the protest yesterday should be attributed to that dinner, because we went over a lot of stuff, made some changes, made lots of changes. So, but we'll talk more about that later on. And of course, the renegade who not afraid, man of the wilderness. Wayne Lonesome, thank you, my brother. Thank you for all that you do, and for highlighting the protest yesterday. And I know you took on some people on our behalf, for us, but yeah, we had to do what we had to do. So thank you for being who you are. Gandero Tony. Hey, Roland came to us from all the way from England. He brought his wife to the protest. And we'll get more into who attended, because we have people from all over the world who came out, and again, in bad weather and at their expense, to be with us, give us the strength to highlight the bad governance in Jamaica. So we thank them for all of that. Who else? Bonnie Jump, big up yourself. Get well soon, my brother. Cora. I saw Cora for the first time. Cora. And Cora, by the way, congratulations on the graduation. Your grandson's graduation from Syracuse University. Lovely, lovely pictures. And it was great seeing you. And I hope to see you in DC, as Missy Brum Brum said. Next. Big up the princess from Akora. And my favorite uncle. Natty Norman, was nice seeing you. Big up yourself. Now and one of my long-time brethren, and we haven't spoken in a while, but he showed up again, as many others did. He showed up yesterday for the protest, and that was tremendous. And one of my sisters, Peaches, big up yourself, she and her husband, they showed up. So it was like, all our way a family. It was a family affair. Manchester crew, me no forget, oh no, Merlin, Dorrit, and their respective communities who showed their support by tuning in and watching the thing live on various platforms. Miss Allen of UTech fame and Double D's, Deanna and David, thanks for the strength and guidance. Manners and respect to all civil servants who teach, protect, and take care of us, and who support what we're doing. But even if you don't support what we're doing, we still say manners and respect, because you're still teaching, still protecting, still taking care of us. And that is very, very, very important. And we're talking about the nurses, doctors, police officers, teachers, secretaries, etc. Tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes will be streaming on YouTube at 4 p.m. That's 3 p.m. Jamaica time. Wayne Lonesome's Town Hall meeting tomorrow night on YouTube at 7, which is 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And you can catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and others on a daily basis on their YouTube channels. Of course, can't forget my main man, Isaac Buchanan. Context matters. Sir, you've been watched from all over the globe. People call me from Europe, say them I watch you, you know. So yeah, go on good. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, man,
Again,
get in there, get in there. Baby show, you know about context matters?
yeah, Context Matters on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. And that's 4 to 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Check him out. And looking to see if the doc is here yet. Don't see the doc. Kevin is in the background working feverishly because I tell you, we weren't planning on doing a show today, but people started saying, no, man, you can't wait till next week, Saturday. You have to do it today. And I'm telling you, I'm tired, but I'm not weary because I just got home about 2 hours ago, took a shower, and here I am. Call up Kevin and said, Kevin, listen, we have to do something. Kevin, he must see the shirt. Hey, Missy, make sure I'm the shirt. You know, Kevin not dead, man. He might, as him say, he's dead in. And I'm sure to all of the people. Actually, I'm going to put it up during the program. Um, folks, Kevin have his own fan club now. No, my big celebrity. Because we made some shirts, and unfortunately, I left them. Left them here. Forgot them. And I stored them and just forgot. But when I got to New York, I was pleasantly surprised because a lot of people, well, actually, not a lot of people, Missy Bram Bram and her crew, them end up wearing Kevin Wade t-shirts that they made for themselves. Very, very nice t-shirts. In fact, Missy, I forgot to ask you where you print them t-shirts because I think we might be using that design. You know, not that our design is not good, but it could, we might use your design to complement the one that we have. Dr. Ben will be here today to talk about indigenous Caribbean medicine, and he's going to talk about resetting. Oh, he says Kevin, the doc says he's here, but I don't see him. Uh, uh, yeah, I don't see him. Doc, if you can hear me, just come on. Kevin sent you the email. Sent you the email earlier. So yeah, so the doc went talk about. Let me just find the topic here. And bear with me, people, because yeah, Doc will be talking about how to restore the body to its default setting. How to restore the body to its default setting. Big topic. So, David, on my hat there. I saw that tease me about my hat not too long ago. Send me the hat. Say the like my hat, I saw.
No, man, we just to say it perfect, man. It perfect. It remind me of the whole Malcolm X, Martin Luther King era. You know what I'm saying? So it gone down in history, especially the people in the local spaces can't say the place it's scanty.
Oh,
The camera couldn't cover the mass amount of people that was on the ground.
no, them said it's scanty, man. Them said it's scanty.
They said that again.
Yeah, they said we only, but we're going to disprove that. Them say only 80 people show up. And we're going to show some videos here where we'll just completely rubbish everything that they've said. But we'll get to that. Durval protest went well. Many foreign diplomats were passing by taking notes. Oh yeah, we saw that. We saw that. Yeah. Well, folks, listen, we have our two guests here, and one of them because he's been here now for about 2 weeks in a row, and he's a regular. He has a feature now on the program now called Caribbean Dr. Ben Caribbean Indigenous Medicine, or Dr. Ben speaks on Caribbean indigenous medicine. And you can't afford to miss his segment. My segment, you can't miss it, and I don't know, big thing. But his segment, you talk about life itself, and you have to listen to this man. Yeah. So get your friends now, get your neighbors, and gather around. My piece, yeah, actually, that's why we have the doctor on first, so that we attract everybody and come in, and then it's almost like captive audience, and I can't leave me and ISAT, because the doctor already bringing in him, drowning with a whole heap of information regarding health and healthy eating. Doctor say you must stay away from KFC. If you can't stay away from it, you must do it in moderation. And I said last week, I believe, went from an 8-piece to a 7-piece and says he's doing it in moderation. 4 barbecue and 3 original. And then
this misinformation has to stop. It was never 8, it was 6, and it gone down to 6. You understand? The math is math.
No, it was 6 at night. I mean, when we start the program, you usually get like a 4-piece or something like that. And then you put on your what you call it, your screensaver. You put on in the screensaver, and then you just at 8-piece. We know, man. Well, we have people everywhere, and plus you tell us stuff. So people just want to know upon a Saturday.
Yes.
Secret now. Upon a Saturday, I said eat about 10 pieces. No, eat about a dozen pieces of chicken. Eat more before him come on. When you see put on him screensaver, I know gone him gone, mean gone like him gone sleep. I gone him gone eat. So him have 4 more, him have 8 pieces left. So I'm just go there and him deal with that. So I wanted to know. So that is what I thought the when you said the screensaver, I might eat. The next guest or the other guest is a man that you will be seeing for the first time. Some of you know, you saw him yesterday, and you'll see him now in a different setting for the first time, but it will not be the last, because this man is an inspiration. This man is an outstanding citizen of Jamaica and the United States. This man is talented beyond belief. This man, he has a radio program, very, very popular radio program on Super Jams Radio down in sunny Florida. You must check him out. He's on, well, he'll tell you when he's on, but I'm usually on this program on a Tuesday, I believe, Tuesday or Thursday. Can't remember now, because I'm telling you right now, I struggle because so many things happened over the last few days that I'm telling you, kind of happy said it's bittersweet, because I'm happy that the protest is over, but I'm also sad because I met so many people, did so many things, and I want to relive those moments. But I'm reliving them right here in the headspace, But that bittersweet moment is going to be short-lived, because next month we will be in Washington, D.C., in front of the Jamaican embassy, not the consulate. This is the mothership now. We will be there in our numbers, and we can't tell them our plans, because them can't stop none of the things we are doing. Because them say man a plan, but God a wipe out. And you see what them we'll tell you some things what them do yesterday to try and stop us. The rain was a blessing. Them thought it was a curse and that we would have dispersed, our people wouldn't come. Well, that never stopped people from coming out. But one of the things we're going to be doing in Washington, D.C., in addition to preparing a tent in front of the embassy, is we are going to have a bus. Yes, a bus. So my brethren in Boston, man, and all of the people from up in the Massachusetts area, New England area, you can't just come down and New York, take the train, come down and jump on the bus, because we'll try to get a bus where we'll bring down a whole heap of come down, and we'll have, it's going to be bigger than yesterday's. Trust me, it's going to be bigger. So the embassy people, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe there's nothing in the can, and you have to just sit down there and just take notes and watch the protest go by. Anyway, enough said. Here are our 2 guests for today. Dr. Ben and man known as Mr. President. Big up on yourself. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, sir. Doc.
Yes, man, it's good to be here. Hey, Prezi!
Oh, what's
Good
going
to see
on,
you,
man?
Good to see you. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, man. You know, nice to be here. Isaac, good to see you too.
Greetings.
I watched a number of programs with with you this week, and of course, Wilford, good to see you again. You know.
Likewise, my brother.
Mhm.
Likewise.
Yeah, man. So it was good. You know, and maybe like to talk about the show. I watched the march, and I spent a lot of time going through the comments, and it was very interesting. I love to see not only the number of persons that turned out, but the age group, because that was also very interesting. It wasn't just a march that involved persons in their 50s or 60s. You know, we see quite a number of young persons there. So that was very interesting to see that you know, because of the hope given to the average Jamaican, young people again can get involved in politics, because you know I said it some time ago that what's happening with Jamaica, and we have to use our very close neighbor, Haiti, as an example. When we look at Haiti, Haiti is a nation that has lost complete confidence in the political system, and it has resulted in anarchy. Where you know the scripture talks about, the scripture says, and there was a time in Israel when everyone thought that which was right in his own eyes. When we have elected political representatives where the populace no longer have confidence in them, then what happens? And some people will say, you know, don't know that there's something wrong. When we have a society where more and more persons are voting, persons just see it as, oh, it's just a case where millionaire politics. You know, anything that is left to its natural state, anything that is left to its natural state resorts to a negative state. In other words, if you have a piece of property and you don't invest effort into it, it's going to resort to its natural state, which is to become a woodland. And so that's why being active in politics is so important. If you don't get involved, there's a saying that says that when good people do nothing, evil reigns. And so when we have a political system where more and more people, and by the way, a lot of the people who really care are the people who don't get involved. What happens is that society is going to eventually more and more slip into the hands of the negative persons. And so when you look at Haiti, it's a situation in which most persons, it didn't end that way. What happened in Haiti didn't just happen. It has been in the making for years, where the populace didn't believe that those elected were representing them or had their best interests at heart. And so what happened was that it resulted in anarchy. And so that's what will happen to Jamaica if we don't have organizations like this doing what it is supposed to do. The natural result is that when you see more and more people not voting, the next big thing is those persons who are, you know, those gang leaders, and believe me, Jamaica has a lot of gang. Those gang leaders who have garnered the confidence of the people will now see themselves, or it will now be seen as attractive for these persons to take reign of leadership because the electorate have failed. And so this is why this is so important. We have a very real example right next to us. And so if we don't do what we are doing, which is to call on our leaders and to let them know that there is a mechanism and a system in place that will hold you accountable if you're not accountable, irrespective of whichever political party is in power. So it was a very good move.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, it gave me so much strength and so much energy just to see the people and the outpouring of love.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the outpouring of love. It was, and we're going to get into it later, but I cannot express my enough gratitude to the people who came out and show out. I just cannot do it. You know, I met people from all walks of life, people from all over the globe who came up to me and said, hey, like what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I fully support you. There's a gentleman who said, yeah, you're the reincarnation of Marcus Garvey. I said, whoa. But, you know, well, I wouldn't go that far. Look, those are big, big shoes. I could never fill Marcus Garvey's shoes.
You surely did dress like them, though.
Yeah. But I hope to continue this tradition, the tradition of speaking truth to power and speaking on behalf of the poor and the dispossessed and the disenfranchised. Hope that I did him proud yesterday, but not just only him, but all of the freedom fighters them who stood up in history and did what they did so that we could have the opportunity to do what we're doing right now. So big, big thanks to Marcus, Paul, Nani, and the rest of them, you know. And also we have to say Malcolm and Martin, since we're in America, we have to give them props too. So, but Doc, talk to us now, resetting the body.
Yeah. I want to just maybe start out by saying that last week was very interesting. We got so many calls, we had so many people who reached out to us that I spent a lot of time thinking about just how to accommodate if we continue to grow like this. I did send over some information to your producer that hopefully they can put in the description, because I hate when we don't get to follow up our contact. Believe me, we had 4 phones, Rattigan, and they were off the hook. So a number of persons would have gotten the information that was necessary in order to do the detoxes that we talk about. And so this week I wanted to talk about, because I spoke to so many persons last week, and a lot of the persons who spoke to us, you know, it was a myriad of health concerns, And whenever I talk, whenever I get the platform to share, and again, I just want to give thanks to you and your team for, you know, allowing this platform that we can share on. Whenever I hear persons with a myriad or a multiplicity of health concerns, because of the information that we have gotten, where, you know, a society, you know, a system, most persons, when they are sick and they go to their healthcare professional, each area or each sickness is itemized, and you know, they are treated based on that itemized system, like going to a supermarket. But the body is very differently, very different from that. And so I like to speak to the root cause. We like to get to the root cause. So in today's show, and today not going to be enough, but in today's show, I'm going to try my utmost best to get to the root cause of a lot of the ailments. So a lot of the ailments that people have just have one root cause. And a lot of the people who come to us have so many ailments or so many areas of concern that it might not be practical to deal with all of them. So what I want to talk about is restoring the body to its, what I call, default or factory setting. And to do that, I'll use the analogy of a phone. You may have a smartphone, and that phone that you have, you may have, for example, tampered with it. And after tampering with that phone is now not functioning, or that phone may have picked up a virus. And when you bring your phone to your technician, the technician notes that there are so many things wrong with the phone that it's easier to restore the phone to its factory setting than to item by item restore the areas of concern that you have. Now, our body is just like that. Our body has a default setting. And a lot of the ailments that we have, the high blood pressure, the diabetes, the stomach acidity, the infertility, constipation, a lot of these challenges that we have is really a sign that the body is in a confused state. And one easy way of resolving that is restoring the body to its factory setting. So I'm going to talk about how do you restore the body to its factory setting. And I'm going to talk a bit about learning to interpret what the body is saying. And I want to start from the very outset that our body is, the scripture says that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. And one of the reason for that is that our body, when we were born, our body had a number of pre-programming built into it, or a number of you want to call it consciousness, or if you want to call it a number of intelligence built into it. Now, so we started like that, and then our mother started to breastfeed us. Now, when our mother breastfeeds us, one of the things that she's doing is that not only do we have immune intelligence, but what is also happening when we are being breastfed is that all the diseases, all the different viruses that our mother overcome, all of these diseases, whenever your body overcomes any type of illness or sickness, it does not just overcome it. The body stores a record of how it overcome it. And so when a mother breastfeeds, a child not only benefits from what is programmed in its body, a child also benefits from all the immune intelligence that was passed on from the mother to the child. It's very important that we understand that, because one of the fundamental principles of healing is that the body heals itself. And so a baby who is 3 months old wouldn't live long enough to have had enough immune intelligence. So one of the ways that we benefit is that we benefit from the immune intelligence of our predecessor, of our mother, which is why in the medical system, breast milk is so important and breast milk is encouraged, because that breast milk is not just food. That breast milk is very, very important because it is intelligence in the mother's milk that is passed on to that child that will potentially allow the child to be able to ward off attacks. Now, these attacks that affect the body are not conscious. So the body is so powerful that while a baby is being attacked by a multiplicity of viruses and bacteria, there's nothing to show that that is happening. But the child's immune system is working. Last week I spoke about fever. One of the ways that we know that a child's immune system is working is when a person has fever. A lot of us don't allow ourselves to have a fever long enough so for the immune system to work. As the minute we get a fever, we take medication to break that fever spell. And your medical doctor, your healthcare professional will tell you that a fever isn't a bad thing if it is not at a certain temperature and if it is not prolonged. A fever is actually a sign that your immune system is working. And so our body, therefore, has immune intelligence. Our body has the ability not only to defeat attacks, but it has the ability to store that information as well. When you look at, you have to cut me now because I'll just run. So let me pause there because
this is, I told you before, you have the key, you enter the house, it's your place. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so that is very important. It's very important to understand that the body has immune intelligence. Not only does the body have immune intelligence, the body is intelligent enough to communicate to us. Our body communicates to us. One of my, the greatest area of my work that I do is helping people to interpret what their body is saying to them, and also helping persons to understand what plants say that they have available. So every week on Sunday on my channel, I do a video called 60 Minutes with Mother Nature. And the goal is to help people to understand what plants are saying. If you know what plants are telling you that they have, and if you know how to interpret the body, what it is telling you that it needs, then you have a perfect solution to resolving almost any disease that comes. Because remember now that in the body, no disease exists as a label. No disease exists as a label. So the body, for example, does not say, oh, this is the famous cancer, and oh, this is just the regular old cold. The body doesn't know the difference between cancer and the difference between a common cold. There are no labels inside the body. What the body will do is that the body will go to work. The body will heal itself and the body will protect itself. And so it's very much important for us to understand. That's the basis that I want to start from, that the body heals itself and that the body actually communicates to us. And so I spoke last week about, I gave an example about the fever. The body rationalizes that, oh, there's an invasion of a bacteria or a virus that it wasn't able to neutralize. And so it says, oh, the body is intelligent to know that this foreign entity that entered it cannot live at a certain temperature. So what the body does is that it increases, without you consciously knowing this, the body increases its own temperature to a temperature that will cook that virus inside of you. So what the body is saying is that bacteria and viruses live at a certain temperature. So it's attempting to cook that particular virus. Again, that's why the way the body talks to us. Most of what we call disease or dis-ease is really the way the body talks to us. And so we have been taught to fear what we call disease. Now think about it. We fear disease, but we don't fear what causes a lot of the diseases. A lot of the diseases that we have is caused by habits. Habits. So a lot of persons come to me, a lot comes to us with diseases that are habit caused or habit triggered, and they want an external solution. So what we do is that we talk to persons and we find out from them what habits are we share with them, what potential habits they are involved in that might contribute to such a condition. So the first thing that we do is we look at the violations, the breaches in terms of habits, and we resolve those first, because it makes no sense to give somebody a solution, even if it's natural, if the habit that caused it is still in place. And so what we want to do is we want to help persons to know how to restore the body to its default setting. We spoke a lot, some about that. We spoke about some of that last week, which was detoxifying, because the body default setting is an alkaline setting. That's what the body's default setting. The body default setting is an alkaline setting, and we become sick the minute we begin to move from alkalinity to acidity. Once we move from alkalinity to acidity, then we start to get sick. And so this evening I want to talk about how to restore the body to its default or factory setting. And of course, when we talk about default or factory setting, we're talking about natural diseases. We're talking about natural diseases. This may not be the solution for persons who have some type of diseases. Some diseases cannot be resolved by restoring the body to its default factory setting. But what restoring the body to its factory setting will do is that it will improve the body's ability to protect itself, and it will improve the body's body to heal itself. So most persons who are sick, ask yourself the question, why are you sick? If the body is designed to heal itself and to protect its sick and to protect itself, for you to get sick, two things has to happen. One, the body's healing mechanism is weak. All right? So if the body's healing mechanism is weak, then the body cannot heal itself. So we have to make that distinction. Is this person sick because their body's healing mechanism is weak? Or is this person sick because, number two, their body's healing mechanism is damaged? Two things. Is your body's healing mechanism weak, so it means strengthening, or is your body's healing mechanism damaged? That has to be the two distinction that is made. And once we talk to persons, when I consult with persons, that is what I'm trying to determine from when I talk to them, from when we see them. We're trying to find out, is this person's healing mechanism weak, and where is it weak? Because the body has 12 major systems. When a person comes to us, there is the cardiovascular system, there is the muscular skeletal nervous system, there's a digestive system, there's a reproductive system. Our goal is to find out what is the weakest system And how do we support that weakened system? Is it damaged or is it weakened? And so once we find that out, that is where the restoration begins. Let me just pause there so maybe I can take any questions, because as I said, I can just go on and on and on. And I really want to, I don't want it to be a monologue. I want it to be a dialogue.
Well, let me start with the gentleman, I think, by all accounts, who needs the guidance from you more than anybody else on this panel. And that is a man who loves to eat the 10, 12-piece chicken every Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Isaac Buchanan, do you have any question?
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna ask childishly the effect of resetting, because it's always a nightmare to always have to reset your phone, especially when you build yourself up a certain way. So it's kind of like I'll be working out and I'm good with what's it is almost sound like a song, head, shoulders, knees, but you see once you start to do the legs, there's a breakdown that takes place and there's a reset that has to happen. So it's almost like somebody that just start working out. You know, you get the hot flashes, you're nauseous, all these kind of things. So I just want to know what a reset would look like outside of you know, the fever, just tell me what the reset actually look like, or the benefits of that.
That's a very, very, very good question, because, and I like the way you started, because it wouldn't be wise to tell somebody about a reset, which is positive, without preparing them for the negative. Because in everything that there is positivity, there is there's negativity. So and this of course is depending on to the extent of your health. Now, once you hear reset, just like your phone, if your phone is going to be reset, what the technician is actually going to do, you're actually weighing, because the technician will tell you that we need to find a way to back up. Because what the technician is actually going to do, the technician is actually going to detoxify your phone. In essence, that's what he's going to do. That technician is going to detoxify that phone, because that phone has had some form of corruption, which is affecting its smooth operation. So the person who owns the phone will have to make a decision on the benefits. Is this ultimately going to benefit me? Am I willing to suffer the discomfort and the loss for a greater good? And so that is the mental question that anybody who is coming for a natural approach must understand. And I'm gonna give you examples, because you did ask, so I'm just starting from there. So the thing the person must understand is that sometimes they may start out feeling actually not better before they start to feel better. It's very important, because persons think that, oh, for me to get better, I'm just going to start out by just getting better. So for some persons, there is the issue of losing weight. Yeah, some persons may lose weight, and I balance that by saying that the body is very, as I said, the body is very intelligent, because the body is intelligent to know that based on your height, there is a particular weight that you have. So 2 persons may do a detox. The one that is 200 pounds, that should be 120 pounds, after 1 week loses 20 pounds. And the person who is the same height, who is closer to what their average weight is, just lose 5 pounds, because the body knows that, you know, it can't afford to lose as much weight as a person who is more overweight, right? So one of the discomfort might be losing weight, maybe headache, it may be eruption, bumps on the skin or flare up on the skin, it may be confusion, it may be bad breath, it may be mental fogginess. It varies from person to person, but if it is that you're going to go through any form of cleansing, you are going to experience some amount of discomfort. And then, not to talk about the withdrawal from what you really enjoy and like. Because a lot of what really makes us not healthy are things that we really enjoy. So we have to, a lot of times, so I ask persons, I said, some persons who come to us, my question is, I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to think about it carefully. Think about what I'm going to say. Do you want to get better, or do you want to feel better? Right? Do you want to get better, or do you want to feel better? We realize that it may seem and sound simple, but not a lot of people know that different. A lot of people will want to stop what made them feel better and not get better. A lot of persons don't know that they don't want to get better. What it is that they want to feel better. So after feeling somewhat better, their question is, how soon can I go back to the habit that made me sick? So I like the question that you asked, because sometimes there has to be some amount of counseling to prepare the person mentally for what they think they want. And sometimes it is at that point that persons realize that they're not sure what they really want. They don't know. And so sometimes the minute some persons start to feel better, we have retreats where we get people to come in and we work with them. And there's a series of videos on my channel called the Wellness Report. Now, in that series of videos that I do, I actually believe in documenting the process. I don't want to just tell people, say, you're going to get better, because the reality is I can't help anybody to get better. The body heals itself. All I'm doing is just giving person the knowledge to get the raw material so that the body can get the raw material to do what it is supposed to do. So so many people come, when they come to that retreat, they cheat, they feel better, and they start to cheat, they start to smuggle in stuff into the retreat facility, because after 3 days, it's challenging. And some of the persons who have called us, we've recommended that intercellular cleanse to them. It is not easy for the first 3 days. So what it looks like is sometimes mental fogginess, cramps, muscle cramps, headaches, bad breath. Sometimes there is boils that come up on person's skin. And depending on what it is, the list goes on and on of initial, what we call it, healing reactions before it starts to get better.
I want to put the better in context, because I see Easy Jerk saying alcohol make them feel better, so doc speak in them language. And we can extend it, because I know some people know the cigarette make them feel better, and then you have the weed smokers, and then you have the drug addicts. But I'm just trying to zero in on, even for myself, the reset, because I do know the effects of it. And when you put the question, the reality is we just want to feel better, so we can go back and feel bad again. So there is some discipline. There's a discipline component to it that is just so difficult to connect. But like Easy Jerk say, yes, doc, speak my language. Alcohol make me feel so much better. I think I'm gonna be all right in life. So you have to address.
And it is really endorphin. I find. Let me tell you what I find now, Isaac. I find that in a lot of the person that we work with, I've actually started to put a program in place to deal with the mental effects of being sick. Because when a person, for example, has cancer, and when a person has a debilitating disease like multiple sclerosis and all of that, 67% of what it means to be healthy is a state of your mind. And you would be amazed. You'd be amazed at what the mind can do. Let me give you an example. And I feel so comfortable I can share. I had 2 clients. One of them was from in the Kingston area. And he came to us saying that he had cancer. He had cancer, prostate cancer. And when he came to us with a sponge because he lost so much weight that he had to be sitting on a sponge. And when he came, after about a week, put him on the program, and Mark, I'm not telling anybody, I can't heal no disease. I can't heal no disease. The body heals itself. And so it is the Creator who made us and said that we are fearfully and fully and wonderfully made. He is the one who should get all the glory. So he came to us. We just showed him what to do, and he was with us for about, I think he was with us for 10 days. And his eyes were yellow. He gained weight and everything. While he was there, we bonded. We became good friends. And he was telling me about what he did. He was a fitness, I don't want to go into too much details, but he was a fitness instructor. So he showed me some picture of how when he looked handsome, good looking. And being a fitness instructor, he made most of his money by offering private escort services to women. I didn't know that's why his body was so important to him. When he came with his wife a couple of years well. And I didn't know that they were not together until he died. So I'm going to tell you what happened. He came, he got better, he left. And the man went back into a life of whoredom. He got sick. I don't want to give too much details. He got sick, he came back. And when he came back, this time I was sharing with him. And he got better again. He went home and he had some medicine. He went to his medical doctor and they gave him some medicine. And they gave him a particular dosage that he was supposed to take. And he said, well, if, he was one of those persons who said, if they said take 1 cup, well, I'm going to take 3. So he did over the amount and his health declined. And from that point, he just never came back. At the same time, I had another gentleman who, when he came to us, he was living a life he was completely loose. He was all over the place. This man came to us, and when he came, we sat down and we talked, and he was so grateful for the cancer. He was so grateful for the cancer. While he was with us, he spoke to everybody he could meet, and he was telling me why he was grateful. He said that he has a wonderful wife. And for all the years that he had this wonderful woman, he never valued her. He lived a life of looseness. And it was because of the cancer why he found back faith. And he was never worried about the cancer. He gave thanks for it. And let me tell you something. He was a wonder because the cancer that he had, he never lost his sex drive. The cancer that he had, he never experienced pain or any type of discomfort. He would only be weak sometimes. But he believed cancer gave him a chance to found his faith back. And so he spent all of his life, for the rest of his life, he looked for meetings like these and platform and WhatsApp group and all the different platforms that he could find to share his testimony to help persons. Now, I'm saying that to say that the mindset was very different. And so I realize now that when people are sick, even though we work with the body, a lot of persons who are sick, it has to do. So restoring the body to its default or factory setting is not about just the physical body. It's about also the state of mind that the person is in. And this is so important. And so a lot of persons who are sick, they come to us panicking. A lot of persons who are sick, and maybe they may have reasons to. A lot of persons are fearful. A lot of persons have mental and emotional issues that sometimes make it difficult for them even to get better because they're always stressed out. So I'm just saying that to say, to restore the body to its factory setting, persons may also have to mentally understand that it is going to take some mental preparation, and it's also going to mean that there are going to be some initial negative feelings before you actually get better. I can go into why that is so from a biological perspective.
Prezi, you have any question?
Oh, yes. First of all, thank you, Ratty, for having me on the program.
Yeah.
And big up, I said. Dr. Ben was hoping to come over to Portland 2 weeks ago, but we'll get that done soon.
We'll meet up, man.
And listen, you and I have had many conversations about health and wellness. And one of the things I didn't hear you touch, and maybe you did the first week, is the bitter herb. That little chart you have there about the bitter herbs. You really need to share that, because that is such a remarkable teaching.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
And we actually go into that, Prezi, on a Sunday at 3. So tomorrow at 3 on our channel, I do a 60 minutes with Mother Nature. Where, remember I said to you that one of the work that I do is to help persons. We're looking for 12,000 persons to teach for free. 12,000 persons to teach for free about herbs. And the way we teach herbs is very differently from how I learned about herbs. I learned about herbs by learning that black substance, that dry substance is Damian, and this is what it does, and this is what it doesn't. This wasn't how indigenous medicine was taught. Persons were taught by interacting with the live herb. And so basically I've organized, I've put that chart together to disseminate, to share the knowledge, how it came to me. And one of that is by helping people to understand that herbs are intelligent also, and they communicate to us. They communicate through signs and symbols and taste. So just by tasting a particular herb, you can know what that herb does. And as you said, when I was in Florida, I showed you the chart, and we spoke about bitter herbs. And bitter herbs, for example, have the most power over the liver. And I also talk about the fact that we have 4 tastes. We have sweet, sour, salt, and bitter. Now, we have diseases from sweet. We have diseases from salt. We don't have any diseases from bitter foods and sour foods. Sour foods are food, and I'm talking about foods, I'm talking about plants, by the way. I'm talking about herbs. Sour herbs, one of the chemical responsible for that is a number of acids. So that tartiness, that sourness is for the most time, one chemical presence is vitamin C, which helps with absorption. So you won't see any diseases linked to eating sour foods. And you won't see any diseases linked to bitter foods, because most bitter foods stimulate the bile. As a matter of fact, most plants have some amount of bitter in it, but to a mild extent. So when you eat bitter foods, what it does is that it stimulates the flow of bile. Last week we spoke about bile being that bitter substance in the body that naturally alkalizes the body. So in the day, when we acidify our body, and we go to bed at 7 o'clock when we're in the dark, because the liver begins to work at about 7 o'clock in the night. So at about 7 o'clock when we are sleeping, when it gets totally dark, the liver begins to work and it begins to secrete bile, and bile now begins to neutralize that acid that we put inside the body. So this is why sleeping is so important, among the many other processes that take place. During the night, when we sleep, the body intelligently seeks to alkalizes itself. So every night we sleep, the body alkalizes itself. And now we can understand why these gadgets, these lights, these artificial lights that we have, why it contributes to why so many persons are sick. We are we are solar beings. So our body absorbs nutrients along with this movement of the sun. So the best time for the body to neutralize nutrients is about 12 o'clock. As the sun begins to go down, the body's ability to neutralize minerals also decreases with the sun, because we are solar beings. We are solar beings. At night, when we are sleeping and the sun is completely gone, our body moves from a stage of absorbing nutrients, because our body has 4 cycles. And I don't want to jump all over the place, but the body has 4 cycles, 3 cycles, and we go through them. But during the night, our body goes through its absorption. It's the cycle where it begins to heal itself. And so during that time, the body is not absorbing nutrients. The body is utilizing what it absorbed during the day. It's also getting rid of the toxin. All that the body is doing it while we are sleeping subconsciously. So bitter foods is very important.
So that's a circadian rhythm. But what I was particularly interested in for you to expound on a little bit was the issue of how our bodies memorize things. You said like a child earlier in your presentation wouldn't have enough time for their body to register certain things. I want you to kind of explain how that correlation between your gene adapting to certain things, based on, I guess, age and experience, and kind of expounding that, because I was particularly interested. I was like, interested.
Yeah, so
I want to hear more.
Yes, I'm fascinated because, as I said, the body. One of the ways also that the body is able to communicate with plants is let me give an example. If you say, for example, because we've only been taught the difference between evil and good. If you think about the death of somebody very close to you, just say to yourself, somebody just call a name, that person just died. Ask yourself the question, what feeling do you get? Do you get a high vibration feeling or a low vibration feeling? Now, think about somebody saying you won $1 million.
You say when somebody dies, you get a high vibration or a low vibration?
Yeah, somebody close to you.
Well, I can think of one person who, if they died right now, would have a serious high vibration. So I'm just wondering.
No,
oh, you clarified. You said close to me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Don't get me in trouble now.
Right. So in the same way, we experience energy, but we don't pay attention to these things. So in the muscles, it's called kinesiology, where some practitioners can talk to your body, and based on the response that your body gives, they can use that. The muscles store information, and the body can tell you what it needs or tell you what it doesn't have. There are persons who are trained, they're called kinesiologists, and these are persons who will put you on a bed like a therapist, and they do what is called muscle testing. And from just a muscle testing session, you will be amazed what they learn about you just from your muscles. Your muscles store information. So just imagine the amount of, and I don't want to go on it, but just think about the stored information from slavery. Think about the stored trauma from slavery. Some of the issues that we now grapple with as men and as women and as a society, a lot of these are stored in our muscles from generation before.
The genetic transference of the slave experience.
Exactly. Yes. It's stored in us. And sometimes that explains why we do some of the things that we don't know why we do. It is subconsciously being done because of immune intelligence. And this can be positive responses and negative responses. I remember I had a very bad experience with female being abused. And I didn't know why I couldn't watch movie for years with women being abused. I didn't know until one day I was talking and it came out of my mouth that I saw a traumatic experience to a woman when I was about 3 or 4 years old. And it affected me even up until now. My body stored that information. And so sometimes people do things as defense mechanisms, as coping mechanisms, because of what is stored in their body. And so, but the point that I'm making is the body, some people who are doing negative things or positive things, they don't even know that these were traumatic experiences passed on to them from their mother, passed on to them from their grandmother. In the same positive way, one thing I talk about a lot is a lot of people who are natural healers who don't know. Because one of the things that I do is I help to identify people who are natural healers, persons who their great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandmother were powerful healers, and the healing ability is trapped in them and they don't know. I know I have persons who are judges, persons who are lawyers, persons who are politicians, persons from all walks of life who had no business in what they were doing. They should be natural healers, but they're not able to make that connection. And so it's very important for us to understand, about the body's ability to defend itself, one, and the body's ability to heal itself. So, it's so important. But I don't want to stray, because what I wanted to talk about this evening was, how do you restore the body to its default or factory setting? And who should seek to restore their body to its default or factory setting? Who would best benefit from such a activity or such an action? And I said to persons, persons who have multiple ailments. So if you have a multiplicity of ailments, then chances are you are one of those persons that would benefit highly from restoring the body to its default factory setting. A person who has hypertension and diabetes and a multiplicity of ailments. All of those ailments were ways that the body was telling you that it needed your attention. Because you see, a lot of times we see these as negatives, but this was the body's attempt to tell us that something was wrong and we didn't pay attention. Now, what the body does is, when we don't pay attention to what the body is saying, the body knows only to do one thing, and that is to escalate. So you had one condition and you were too busy because of work, or you were too busy because of what you had to attend to. But it's okay, no problem. Escalate. So you had a stomach, you had problems going to the toilet, and then all of a sudden it becomes ulcer, and you're not paying attention, and all of a sudden it becomes cancer. The body will not stop escalating a particular ailment until it gets your attention. So the longer you take to pay attention, the longer you ignore it, is the more the body will continue to escalate till it gets your attention. So a lot of persons who say, boy, I'm really, really sick, all it meant is that you weren't paying attention to your body. A lot of persons don't know what a healthy stool look like. Because most people go to the bathroom. You can imagine this Rattigan. We have persons who come to us and we have to teach them how to use the toilet, There are a lot of persons, because again, let me give you a natural example. As human beings, we weren't made to sit in a toilet. We were made to stoop. Now, when you stoop, your colon has a particular shape. And so when you stoop, because when you sit in a toilet bowl, if you notice, you have to push. The higher your toilet bowl is, the more you have to push to pass your stool. When you wipe yourself, because again, when you go to the toilet, if you use the toilet in the proper way, when you wipe, there's very little that comes on the toilet paper. Because the rectum, when you do it properly, cuts off the stool, that part, it cuts it off. And so when you wipe, you're supposed to see just a little spot. When you don't use the toilet properly, when you don't pass your stool properly, when you wipe, you're going to see more soil on the toilet paper, because that cutting off did not take place. Because when you bend, your back forms an arch. Not only that, but your stomach is close to your thigh, and so it's natural for you to pass your stool. Not only that, when you pass your stool, you feel more complete. So a lot of persons who sit on that nice expensive toilet, can you imagine, we're so sophisticated that we think that when we have a toilet to sit on and to ease ourselves, it's an advancement and it's progress. Not realizing it is at the expense of our health.
Doc, it sounds like you're making an argument that those 253 people that came on that plane illegally should have stayed here.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're doing. I don't know.
but when we the human being, just like the dog, think about the dog. When the dog is easing themselves, you notice how they hunch their back. They're natural. That's a natural form for the body. And once they pass the stool, that dog don't have to wipe themselves. Or what the natural form for us to ease ourselves is for us to stoop down so that the legs help to put pressure on the stomach. The back is curved and the muscle at the muscles in the colon now helps the stool to come out naturally. So even if a person is constipated, some people when they're constipated, they don't use the toilet, they stool, they bend down, and you notice you go much easier, much quicker. So a person, for example, maybe having constipation problem, and it's not based on what they're eating, it's not based on you know, how many times they're eating, it's just based on the fact that their toilet bowl is too high. Just their toilet bowl is too high. And so that now starts where when they go to bathroom, they don't completely empty themselves. And that happens over a period of time. And what happens is the person ends up being backed up. And so, you know, one way to do that, you know, is maybe to get a stool so that when you sit on the toilet or to get a lower toilet bowl, right? So when you sit, you actually, your legs are raised. And so you're properly easing yourself. So just by having a toilet seat, we may have breached the proper protocol of easing ourselves. Something as simple as that. You don't need a laxative. You don't need to eat more fiber. Your fiber is okay. But when you sit and you are pushing, so you end up getting a hemorrhoid just by not sitting on the toilet properly. It's as simple as that. So it's not about when you come to just, okay, I'm going to give you this herb and I give you that herb and I give you that herb. No. It doesn't start there. When I start talking to the person, you come to me with a constipation problem or you come to me with a hemorrhoid problem, we're going to start a discussion from your toilet. We're going to talk a discussion from what does a healthy stool look like? What's the healthy shape? And what's the healthy color for a stool? So in my office, I don't have one now, but in the office that I had, I need to get it up back. I have a stool chart. So I show you what a healthy stool looks like, what's the color of a healthy stool. So again, as I say, the body communicates with us. Before your problem resulted in what it is, your body was talking to you a long time. It's just that you didn't know how to interpret. Most persons don't know what a healthy stool looks like, what the shape looks like, what the color looks like. I can tell you a lot of things from some people when they drop their stool, they don't even look at it. It's okay to examine your stool. It's okay to learn from the stench of the stool. I can tell you a lot about the stench of the stool. I can tell you a lot of persons who are on our program, when they do the amazing gallbladder and liver flush, they have to send me a picture of their stool. So I give them a WhatsApp number, send me a picture of your stool. And I go through the stool with them and I explain to them what that is saying, what that is saying, what that is saying, because the body communicates. The body don't know no disease by name. Doesn't know any disease by cancer and diabetes, no. But the body talks to us. So when I hear about, I'm not a medical doctor, when I hear about some of these complex names, I have to talk to you to find out from you what's happening in your body to help make sense of what the body is saying so that we can know how to proceed from there.
Doc, let me jump in here and just mention this to you. Actually, it's confirmation for what you just said. I lived in the Middle East for several years. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the places I visited, including homes, the toilet, you have to stoop. There is no seat. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a hole in the ground and you kind of just stand over it. Mm-hmm. And also, friend of mine, very dear friend of mine, he'll be on the program next week. He was telling me that they don't have some of the problems we have in the West because they don't use toilet paper. He said they use it like a bidet. Mm-hmm. Explain to me how the first part, the position. Mm-hmm. I understand that, but the second part about the wash, how is that true? That they don't use? He said we don't use toilet paper. We use a bidet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so again, you know, a lot of times, a lot of toilet paper are fragrance. By the way, they are fragrance, and that fragrance is, by the way, some form of chemical. Now, when you use that chemical to wipe, you are wiping an exposed part of your intestine to some extent, and you're exposing yourself to more chemical. Um, when you wash, it's far more hygienic because you know you're moving any potential bacteria, you're moving any potential pathogen that might be there, and so it's far healthier to do that than when you wipe. Most people who wipe end up never you can never really wipe clean enough. Number one, so a lot of times, you know, our stools. One of the reasons why stool, you know, it's so dangerous is because it becomes a habitat for a lot of bacteria. It becomes a habitat for a lot of parasite eggs. So the dangers involved in not properly cleaning yourself are numerous in comparison to actually washing yourself. It's much more hygienic. But not only that, when you bend down to pass your stool, you're properly emptying your colon. So you don't have food from this week coming together with food from the week before and the week before. There are a lot of persons who come to us, for example, with what is called fecal compartment, which is when the stools become so compact that they form little pellets, little like goat stool, and then it has a metallic scent. Once you see that begins to happen, because here's what happened, Rattigan. The colon is very absorbent because it was designed to absorb nutrients. When you eat food, your colon has millions of tiny microscopic hair-like structures called cilia, which is designed to absorb nutrients. Now imagine what happens in a colon that becomes filled with putrefying bacteria. That's why some people have a headache and so many, because the body now begins to absorb, rather than nutrients, it is now absorbing toxin. That is the reason why when a person does a cleanse, when a person detoxifies, there's so much benefit, because the more toxins you get out of the colon, is the less toxin the body absorb, and is it more nutrients the body absorb. Number one. Number two, when the body absorbs that toxin, a lot of the body's immune energy is now spent on neutralizing the effects of that toxin. So the body's immune energy cannot be spent on assimilating the nutrients that you eat. So a lot of the body's immune energy is spent on neutralizing the toxins that is in the colon versus assimilating the minerals. And so tomorrow I do a show called The Natural Alternative. Tomorrow I'll be talking a lot about the two halves of restoring the body to its factory setting. One of them is detoxifying the body, one, which is getting rid of the toxins, so the body's immune energy don't have to deal with that much toxin. That's one half of it. The other half is now putting in high quality nutrients, because here's what happened. The integrity of your cells is based on the integrity of the food that you eat. If you eat low quality food, for that month, the cells is going to be made of, the cells are going to be low quality. That is the reason why we can speed up aging and slow it down. We can speed up death and we can slow it down. So if I met you at the age of 50 and you are eating low quality food, because every cell in your body has a lifespan. Your brain cells have lifespan, your skin cells have lifespan. Every part of the cells that make you up have a particular lifespan. That lifespan can be decreased and it can be extended. So if it is that you eat low quality food, let's talk about the quality of your skin. If it is, and just for example, if it is that the lifespan of your skin is 20 days, which means that after every 20 days, you get a new set of skin cells. If you eat low quality food, the lifespan of that skin cell might just be 5 or 10 days, which means that instead of changing your skin cells every 20 days, you are changing it every 10 days, which means that you're aging faster. If it is that you eat high quality food, rather than the average person whose skin life cell should be 5 days, that person's skin might be changing its cells every 20 or 25 or 30 days, which means that person is aging slower. So the quality of your food has a lot to do with you. Think about a person who is building a house, and you're building a house, and you get the best carpenter, the best mason, but that person wants to save money, so they use sea sand to build your house. Best tradesman, best skillsman, but low quality material. What quality house are you going to get? From the skill of the workman, you may have a workmanship of art, but the integrity of the building is going to be significantly compromised because the quality was low. Now, the inverse is also true. You have the best quality material, but the poorest quality workmanship. So what you're going to get is a substandard building. So we need a balance between the best food quality available, and we have to think about the body, because the body is the workman. The body is the one utilizing the raw material. So tomorrow I'm going to do a show called the Natural Alternative, where I'll be talking about some foods that basically improves the body. And I can give you a hint as what I'm talking about. When you are sick, when you're sick and you're in the hospital, what type of food is recommended when you're sick? I mean, when we're sick here, you're not in the hospital. If you're sick, if you're taken down sick, what type of food do we start to get during that sick period?
Yeah, I think usually they give you like jello and liquids, not a lot of solids.
It's insipid, yeah.
Yeah, they give you a lot of soup.
Mm-hmm.
And they give you a lot of porridge.
Mm-hmm.
In essence, they give you a lot of liquids, because one of the ways that the body assimilates food rapidly is in a liquid form. That's why babies are given liquid diets, because that liquid is absorbed rapidly into the body, and as it is absorbed rapidly into the body, then the body is now able to heal. A number of things happen now. One is that when you eat a lump of solid and chunky food, again, and I always go back to this, the body's immune energy. When I talk about restoring the body to its factory setting, I should have started by saying that it's all about managing energy. So if it is that you ate a plate of food and you used 1,000 joules of your body's energy to digest and absorb that food, and then from the food you only got 500 joules of energy, did you benefit or did you lose?
Sounds mathematically a loss.
Exactly, it's a loss, because in our time now, when we talk about food, here's what happened. When the modern system talks about food, it rates food based on the minerals that it has. Minerals. They talk a lot about minerals. Talk a lot about the minerals in this and the minerals in that. What they fail to omit is a very important component of food. And the reason why they neglect that component is because it's not beneficial to them. What they neglect from food is what we call the enzymes. What is the enzymic value of the food that you eat? The enzymes are the chemicals in the food that are the closest resembling the ones found in our body naturally. Let me say that again. The enzymes in the food that is okay for us, that is good for us, is the closest natural resemblance to what is found in the body. So let me tell you how that works. When you eat a mango, the enzymes found in mango are the closest natural enzymes to the one found in the body, which means that you get the chance to benefit from an enzyme that the body don't have to manufacture. Which means less of the body's energy, again, is used. Because when you eat food, you should finish eating that food being in the positive. Meaning that when you eat the right type of food, you should use as little of your energy as is possible, whilst at the same time getting as much energy from the food as is possible. Let me say that again. The ideal food should be any food that we utilize as little of our energy as is possible, whilst at the same time getting as much energy from the food that we eat. So if you eat a mango, because a mango is natural or in its natural form, the body recognizes it. Because the body recognizes that as being naturally, there's not a lot of the body immune energy spent on decoding and deciphering and determining what should be absorbed and what shouldn't be absorbed. What the body goes right away to do is absorbing. So you use a little energy as is possible, but you get as much from that. Now, when you take, let us say you ate anything that's in its the more you move away from that now, even if it's packaged, the more you move away from that original food in its natural form to a food in its unnatural form, one thing begins to happen. The most of the body's immune energy is spent on determining what is spent on determining from what you just consumed what is safe to be absorbed and what is not safe to be absorbed. Your body don't just absorb everything that you put in it, you know. The body has to determine what is safe to be absorbed and what is safe to be blocked. So just imagine, okay, your body is intelligent. So a lot of your body's energy is spent on doing that when it should be spent on protecting you. Think about Rattigan 9/11. And you know, you based on your work, you understand about diversions. If an enemy were to attack the US right now, and they were to be strategic in attacking the US, what the government would do is begin to disseminate its resources and those attacked, but it can potentially leave itself vulnerable. The body is the same way. The body is no different from how this government makes decisions into protecting itself wisely and how people make decisions to protect themselves. The body is very intelligent. And so the body is faced with dangers. And we don't think about it now. These are not dangers that attack us. These are dangers that we bring to it. So the deodorant that we use, the body starts to fight from the minute we wake up. The toothpaste that we put in our mouth, the body has to decipher what out of that toothpaste should I allow to be absorbed or not. You leave the face base, you go to the shower, you start to put in shampoo, you start to put on soap or body wash. The body now has to determine from that chemical that's put on, what should I absorb or what should I block. Then you leave, you put on makeup, then you put on body spray. And I mean, the amount of chemicals that we assault our body with, it's short of amazing why we live as long as we do. So I'm talking about the habits. Now, all that habit we see as being normal. We have normalized poisoning the body. We have normalized poisoning the body. And then when the body gets sick, we are surprised. So every morning, every single morning, for those of you that are 22 that are watching, for those of you that are 35, every morning for the last 35 years, you have got up and you have shoved poisons in your mouth, you have put poisons on your body, and you wonder why you get sick. And you believe that you can just take a herb or just take something and just get better. Doesn't work like that. The education has to be that your health is your responsibility. There has to be an education system where persons understand that we live in a world where advancement is synonymous with more poison. Every announcement of an advancement is an announcement of more toxin. We're not talking about the poisons from the light. We're not talking about the poisons from these devices in the form of electromagnetic frequencies. We're not talking, there are chemical poisons, there's electromagnetic frequency poisons. There are so many poisons that we are exposed to. So in restoring the body to its default or factory setting, this is something that I can talk to for the next whole month, because we have normalized poisoning the body.
All right. And we're going to have you come back for the next month and talk about it. But in the meantime, let me ask, someone in the chat, Ro Washington, says, Doc, it is advised that you get 4 telephone directories, and when you sit on the toilet bowl, you place 2 beneath each foot, and it should make it easier to pass stool. Is that so?
That is so. I've had persons who have come to me with hemorrhoids. They didn't. It's easy to get rid of the hemorrhoids, but it will come back if you're still straining. Toilet bowl is just too high. So by lifting the legs, and that is if you still want to use your toilet. And as I'm telling you, this more simple you go to life, is the better it is. There are some Western, some Eastern parts of the world where opulence and success does not mean they've been able to convert that opulence and success into a toilet system where you still stoop down, because really and truly, the more you can help the body to find that form where the back is bent, where the muscles in the colon help to push the stool down, is the better it is. So yes, if you get 4 telephone direction and put before your toilet bowl to raise your legs to form that arched shape, yes, it definitely will result in, instead of you pushing, the stool will just slide right out.
No, Kokich's Kaka said, and I think this is a joke. Kokichi said, the day doesn't work well with the water shortage in Jamaica.
So go
Hey,
bush,
Doc.
that's why
Hey, Doc.
the solution is back then we just go bush and dig one hole and bury it.
And use banana trash, but hold on, it's another story.
That's dig a hole and bury it. But I'm kidding, because the society that we live in now, you can't afford more. Most places, but I tell you, if there are persons who have compost toilets, there are persons who have compost toilets where they have systems where they pass their stool in a type of sawdust system, and that sawdust basically is not used to fertilize food now, but is used and grass or so on and so forth. It's recycled back into nature, because that's how it was intended to be.
Hey, Doc, a quick question. Interestingly, I've been contemplating what best to use in terms of a natural deodorant, because from the past couple months I've been thinking about antiperspirant deodorant. So for me personally, I can't use a standard deodorant. I get green in like 2 minutes. Antiperspirant works for me, but I know it's strong chemical base, and I know somehow my body is absorbing some of that chemical, and I don't know who has any kind of ethical, like really health focused antiperspirant deodorant. Is there any hope for me?
All right. So number one, why would you not want to perspire? Anti means against perspiration. The body cleanses itself through urination, defecation, and perspiration. Now, if it is that we employ an anti-perspiration, you are reducing yourself to 2 forms of getting rid of toxins, which is urination and defecation. So we shouldn't try to prevent the body from perspiring. What you're actually admitting to also is the fact that you have lots of toxin, which is what comes out in the smell. The scent that is coming out is the body's way of telling you that something is wrong. What you're trying to do is shut it up. which means that the body will have to escalate. And you don't want that.
So yes, a green arm is toxin.
Yes. That what is coming out is the body's way of telling you that you need to detoxify. Because nothing obnoxious shouldn't be coming out of your body if you're putting in what is healthy. So again, what we do is that we put the toxin in, the body is telling us that we need to detoxify, and we use an antiperspiration, shut him up. So the body now says, I have to really tell you that something is wrong. We're gonna escalate. So
hold on. I've been doing this my whole life.
Oh my gosh.
So long.
First, you're admitting to the whole world that you need to detoxify.
No, I'm admitting to the whole world that if I don't use antiperspirant, I'm green. So you're saying my knowledge and understanding have been totally erroneous all this time.
All this time, and it's not you alone. So what you need to do is, in the meantime, until you detoxify your body and get rid of the toxins, what we can do is we can neutralize the scent. So let me pause and just shout and call my wife. Let me show you my roll on.
I think I can read him lip. Ratty, I can read him lip. I can read him lip.
So I'm gonna show you my deodorant. And it's basically a crystal that I use. I'm gonna show it to you. And it's a crystal that I use. And by using that crystal, it's salt, it's minerals. So you can literally neutralize the odor with salt, with minerals. And there's lemon that you can use. Lemon also neutralizes, and there's baking soda that you can use, and it also neutralizes. So there's even baking soda deodorant. But what you don't want to do, what we don't want to encourage, is to shut up the body from speaking, because we need to allow the body to talk to us so that the body doesn't escalate. Sickness is really the body escalating us. It's a defense mechanism to tell that something is wrong. So you don't want to do that.
Interesting. I have no clue this was the case, but thank you. So starting today, you need to show me that crystal, because I'm certainly going to be very careful, because I've been thinking about it.
So this is it. So it's actually a salt, and look at this. This is my deodorant.
Kind of look weird, but okay.
Yeah, because anything that you can't put on, anything that you can't put in your mouth, you shouldn't put in your skin.
Doc, you see that one that you just held up?
Yeah.
I had to throw away like 3 of them because it just didn't do the job for me.
That means you need, oh my gosh, guys, you're coming on the show and you're admitting that you need serious detoxification.
I'm not afraid of 7 need serious.
Yeah, because so the rule is anything that you can't put in your mouth, you shouldn't put on your skin. So if it is that you have to throw away this because it's not helping you, it means that there's so much toxin that it can't be neutralized. Now, if you were to go on a program, if you were to go on the intracellular cleanse, and I think I sent it to you and ask your producer just to put it in the description. There's a link there. If it is that persons would go on the amazing gallbladder flush and then that 10-day intracellular cleanse, what they would do is clean their body of toxins. When you clean your body of toxins, what it does, and this is where, again, also sometimes when a person's not detoxified, stuff like herbs or herbal products can't help them. Like, Rattigan, you're saying this can't help you because it's natural. Brother, you're chronic.
You remember, you know what? Years ago, more than a decade ago, right? A friend of mine introduced me to it's like crystal. It's like a piece of crystal. And you just put it and then you rub it on your armpit. But the problem is that it wasn't convenient, because if you want to throw and run out of the house, you don't have time for, wet and put it on and then wait for it to dry. You didn't have time for that. Have you seen that? that it's a piece of crystal. And
Yeah. This is a crystal. It's no, this is a salt, but I've had the crystal one that you can use just the same. So this is a mineral salt that you can use, mineral deodorant stick, and no aluminum, no chlorohydrate, and it's paraben free. And a lot of persons, even a lot of women who have fibroids, a lot of men who have testicular problems, because remember, you're putting that chemical right in your lymph nodes, right in your lymph node area, where there is a concentration of white blood cells that help the body. You're putting it under pressure, because right in that area, you're putting a whole bunch of chemical. Now the body has, just like what we have police posts or strategic points. You'd have to tell me. I know most in America, a lot of strategic points were called forts, right? Or fortresses, where some parts of America they have strategic points where they have military areas. No, those were placed there because of strategical reasons. No, so right here there are two military posts, two lymph nodes right here. These lymph nodes are responsible for any attack in the head. So any cold, any sinus, anything you have, once it starts to swell and get tender, it's telling you that you're losing the battle in this part of your body. Then in your arm, there's a military post for every attack that affects your hand. Then there's another military post for this one. Then in your groin, there's a military post right here, each corner. And then in the torso, in your body, there's a military post here. So there's a military post right throughout the body. So that if there's something that happens to the hand, the white blood cells from here don't have to run, come. There's one here. Now, when you take deodorant and block up this every morning, the body is telling you through this scent, Prezi, that I need to be detoxified. So you shut your mouth. You have to smell good. Shut your mouth.
You better believe it.
The body is telling you that it needs. So what happened now? Most of this, the immune energy here, is spent fighting what you put in. Your entire arm becomes vulnerable.
Interesting.
You do the same thing with your tummy, with the amount of additives in the food that you eat. A lot of it's really about energy. Life is really about energy. It's managing the energy of the body. And so when we put poisons in the body, what happens is that we don't spend our immune energy. Our company says, saving life with our energy. And so life is about energy. When you're really sick, when you're really sick and they put you on that machine, if you're really healthy, it's spiking. If you're sick, it's moving slow. And if you're dead, it's flat. It's really about managing your energy. And I can talk about if I tell you if I say something to you bad right now, that energy functions just the same way. If I tell you something and you're excited, that energy functions the same way.
No.
Someone put in the chat, 1 second, Ratty. Someone put in the chat about the food content that you eat. Like me, I binge on garlic and onions. I'm not sure if I'm overtaxed, putting too much of that in my body, or can I have too much garlic? But she's saying cabbage, garlic, broccoli, some plants that you consume and herbs can also come out when you're secreting.
Yeah, but funny enough, the food groups that we call spices. Spices comes from in the classification of herbs. They come from what we call the pungent groups. Most of the herbs that we use that are called spices come from what is called pungency. And what they do basically, they aid in transportation. So most of the herbs like the scallion, the onion, the garlic, most of these herbs are herbs that move medicine around. So when you add it to your food, it aids in movement. Movement don't have to be good. So if you put something bad in your body and you put that assistant with it, it's gonna move it around. If you put something good, it's gonna move it around, but it's intended to move minerals around. So a lot of times when we make medicines, we have to add these ingredients to it to help the medicine to move in the body to achieve the goal that we want. And so in the same way, it's like if you add that to, just imagine if you add the garlic and all of these spices to a meat that has MSG in it, you're also helping that MSG to move around the body to go to places that you would want it to go. Because when they season that chicken and they put that MSG and they put that scallion and that thyme and so on, you're also empowering poison to be moved around the body. So yeah,
Thank you.
it will come out in your order.
Doc,
Mhm.
you said that the body is very intelligent.
Yeah.
If by extension you use that to include the mind, and I don't think that's what you're saying, then why, and I'll ask you this, why are some people so stupid if the body is intelligent?
A lot of people, nobody is really naturally, and I mean, intelligence, we normally associate intelligence with the conscious mind. Intelligence is not limited to the conscious mind. Intelligence it also means consciousness. So there is a consciousness in the muscle that is independent of the conscious mind. Subconsciously, our body carries out its functions that are necessary for life to be sustained.
Here's what I'm really driving at, and I hope people they're not offended by the question, because it was couched in such a way to get you to address the mind separate
From the
from the
body.
right. Because when you spoke about the body, you talked about the defenses. You know what I mean? It's coming to, whenever the body feels that it's being attacked, then all of these white cells, they run and they try to protect you.
Mhm.
Is there such a defense mechanism in the brain, in the head?
Oh yeah, yeah. People, as I said, a lot of people do things that they don't understand, and it's in the same way. But as I say, intelligence isn't so much referring to the conscious mind. When I talk about it's consciousness, I'm talking about I'm also talking about a consciousness that is not just limited to the conscious mind. But a lot of persons who do things don't know why they do what they do. It's sometimes subconsciously, instinctively, you do things and you don't even know why you do it. I mean, and I give you an example. You may subconsciously not want to go to work. Do you know the amount of persons whose lives were spared from the Twin Towers because of a subconscious impulse not to go to work that day? And it maybe manifested itself in the form of some people may just feel tired, some persons may just feel like not moving, but the body communicates to us in a subconscious level. And it also explains why, it speaks to why some people are so successful. One of the biggest multi-billion-dollar business now is helping people to be able to tap into that part of the mind and know how to use it to their advantage. There are a lot of persons now who are successful because people are now unlocking and people are now understanding how to utilize that part of the subconscious mind. It's baffling what we can do when we go there. It's baffling what we can do. But it's so important, as I said, that people understand that the body communicates to us when something is wrong. And a lot of times we have normalized sicknesses, we have normalized discomfort, not realizing that it is a body talking to us. It is a body telling us that we need to refit. I tell persons, for example, we should routinely detoxify the body, right? Because we live in a world now where we shouldn't. One of the ways that we avoid being sick is we routinely do things to detoxify the body. We don't wait until there's a crisis. Because usually when there's a symptom, here's what symptoms mean. Symptoms mean that we are in the end state of a disease. Symptom is the last resort that the body will manifest to tell you that something is wrong. It's really the end state of a disease. And usually when we start to manifest symptoms, it means that our body is in such a weakened state that it is losing. And so because it is in a weakened state and our body is weak, then we first have to strengthen the body before it can now take back the driving wheel. Meaning that we have lost the driving wheel to that enemy. So we have to first empower the body to the point before it can take over the driving wheel and begin to steer us in the right direction in becoming healthy.
All right, Doc, somebody beat me to the punch. I was just going to announce that the phone line is open, that they can call and ask questions, because I see a lot of questions in the chat, but that there are people out there who they would like to ask
questions. Yeah, thank you. We always enjoy it. As I said, that I just want to remind you before you come.
Hi, how are you? Good night. I'm doing well. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from.
Hello. Hello.
I'm doing well. I'm calling from.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, I'm calling from Canada for Dr. Ben.
Sure. Dr. Ben is at your disposal. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Leslie Robinson, and I'm here with my husband who's from OT. And I'm a medical herbalist, medical phytotherapist, and nutritionist. And we've been following you. In Canada, I studied at Pacific Rim College, and they're the only ones in Canada right now teaching medical herbalism. We also learn Western pharmacology, and basis is the foundation of nutrition. And then we learn medicine on top of that. So I've been so impressed with you, Dr. Ben. My husband and I have been watching you all the way through, and all we keep talking about is, see, this is what we say. This is what we say. So respect for you. I just wanted to add, in Canada, when we study herbalism, what we do is we learn that the foundation of herbalism, before any foods are added, before any herbs are added, it is food. The food is your foundation. So we were told you don't give herbs until the people are eating clean, until the people are eating the proper foods, because you're just putting out a fire. You're not actually curing them. So I'm sure we probably missed the part that you talked about that. I've heard you talking about food, but we're always told food is your foundation. So you start changing the food, getting people moving. You make sure they're sleeping well. You've talked about the mind. You make sure their mind is well, and you bring in the herbs, because the herbs talk to the body talks to the herbs. You are amazing, and I'd love to meet you one day.
I look forward to that. I look forward to that. You know, in herbalism, we have what is called the ABCD approach. ABCD approach, which is the activate, build, cleanse, detox, and activate, build, cleanse, and direct aid. And you're so right, because it is a reason why, you know, when we talk about herbs, we teach people that herbs, most medicinal herbs in their young state are actually food.
Hold on 1 second.
Most medicinal herbs in their young states are actually food. And so because we're not eating the food, in the amounts that we should, here's what happens now. When we take the herbs, what happens basically is there's two types of herbs. There's what we call nutritional herbs, and there's what we call therapeutic herbs. Most therapeutic herbs are actually matured nutritional herbs, and most nutritional herbs are actually immature therapeutic herbs. So let me give you an example. Let's lose callaloo. Callaloo, when it's young, is a nutritional herb. It's a herb, but its benefit is nutrition, in the form of nutrition. However, if you leave that callaloo for it to become matured, what really happens is that the callaloo constituency changes. The callaloo becomes more mature. And again, you know, our herbs are so intelligent that they tell you when that happens. When the callaloo is young and more likely to be nutritional, the texture of the herb is more palatable. If you allow that callaloo to mature, it becomes tough, fibrous. The callaloo is telling you it's more medicinal than it is nutritional. So if you eat that callaloo in that mature state, what it means is that the constituency has changed. The same minerals are there, but they're in higher amounts. They're in higher dosage in the plant now. So even if it's the same plant, you have to take a smaller amount. And so that again is how we have to understand herbs. Herbs tell you when they are more nutritional rather than when they are more medicinal. And so, as you said rightfully, because we don't have a diet that consists of herbs in its nutritional form, when we get sick, we have to now take a higher dosage of that same plant in its matured or medicinal state. But the goal is not to stay on it in that state. It's to go back to the nutritional form. The food be a medicine.
All right, thanks, Doc. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? And
yeah, good night, Rattigan and panel. I'm calling from Jamaica.
yes,
Am I
sir.
allowed to ask a different question from medical?
Sure, go ahead.
A suggestion. This is to you, Rattigan and Kevin. No, you're one of the most profound advocates, right? Your research that you do, right, is in depth. The knowledge that you bring to the Jamaican people, right, about, you know what I mean, trying to make Jamaica a better place, right? Right?
Yes.
So what I'm saying to you is, see, can I just criticize a little bit here, constructively, and a suggestion?
Sure.
I think that your followers or your supporters on YouTube should have been like 100,000, 200,000, not 1,200. This information is not getting around, and I think that the more support you have, and the more when the government of Jamaica see that we have 200,000 followers, supporters, that's a lot of weight, you know. So my suggestion now, is that you need to dice up your show, man. You need to cut them up. You need to have Kevin cut them up. In certain segments when you start, I think you should write the time and name it, right? Because people do not have the time to watch 8 hours of your show, and it's so important. I do, but a lot of people don't. And I think that if you should do that, you would gain a lot more support, a lot more followers, subscribers. And I also think that you should start a TikTok, get on TikTok. You should do your program on TikTok at the same time.
Right.
Because only one time a week, you know.
Right.
You come on, you know, Rattigan. You need to expand this support, man. Because them, you know, hold on, you know the government saying that it's only 80 people were out there.
We have some, we have some. We're going to show. Yeah, we're going to show something about that. But putting that aside, your criticism is warranted. I accept what you're saying, and just so you know, we have 4 volunteers that will be working on specifically what you just mentioned. We will be meeting this week to do exactly what you mentioned. But in the absence of that, I've been telling people to take my program pretty much like our doc is telling people to take the herbal medicine, which is, you know, don't overdose yourself. Take a little bit at a time. So if you watch 1 hour a day, just discipline yourself, like Doc is saying that you should do. 1 hour a day. Then by the end of the week, you'll get it. But no, I'm just making I'm just making light of them. I'm just making light of it. You're absolutely correct. And like I said,
we learn from do it. Everybody cut up them edit them things,
right.
up them things.
Right.
say.
Right.
Put in the most important thing. Andrew Stevens does it. They just highlight and rename it. All right, reason with Rattigan, and I think you should add another adjective. Reason with Rattigan, making Jamaica the jewel of the Caribbean, or something like that. Or reason Rattigan, impact against corruption, or something. You know what I mean? That's just giving you ideas. You know,
I tell you what. I tell you what, some of the people, some of the volunteers, they're actually listening to you. So, and one of them is on the panel right now. So, Prezi
yes,
is going to
man,
help me with this.
You need
So,
to dissect this program, man. I am the half hour, 15-minute segment. Some important.
all right, so GNG.
I ain't anything about it, Mr. Rattigan. You don't talk rubbish, you know. Have a generation. You research, you know, you come. You come with facts. You think that I think you should have 200,000 followers on YouTube and maybe 300,000 on TikTok. I think so, man.
Well, I tell you, like I said, you're right. You're right. And we're gonna be looking.
Before you go, because I just been burning me all week, you know, man. Before you go, yeah. All you have to do, you know, the suggestion I'm giving you, you know, I criticized you already. I'm giving you. All you have to do just open our TikTok account and come online and show and say, listen, I have my new TikTok program where I need 1,000 subscribers to go live, and you get that in a one show. Anyway, thanks for listening.
No problem. Take care of yourself, my brother.
To see the shot.
All right.
Looking forward to see the shot. And hold on, I have a question for Dr. Ben.
Okay.
Dr. Ben, can you describe the detrimental of sugar? I haven't heard you touch about sugar, the processed sugar. Please. And I'll hang up and listen to.
All right, hang up.
To your response.
Oh, hold on a second before you go, Dr. Ben. Did you get that question?
Yeah, I got the question.
All right, Carl. Thank you so much. Right.
Yeah. But in my dealing with, because I'm talking about restoring the body to its default or factory setting, and again,
Carla, hold on.
Most of what I'm saying will help almost anybody. It's the same recommendation that I make for sugar, the same general recommendation to restore the body to its factory setting will help the person that has hypertension, will help the person that has stomach acidity, will help the person that has skin condition. And again, I say it's sometimes because of how we think. We think in terms of compartment, but the body doesn't separate sugar from hypertension. And most of the time, sugar was really the result of an escalation due to ignoring something simpler. You know, so we want to step over all that the body was saying to us to now address the sugar because it's not a problem to us. So we really, again, if you can see the challenge with how we think symptomatically and not in terms of the root. But as a person who practices natural medicine, I have to deal with symptoms, but I always prefer to respond to the root cause, because the root is where the problem is.
Look, hold on a second. Caller, are you there? You there? All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Doc, somebody just sent me a text on my personal line for you, but I'll have this call has been waiting for a while, so I'll ask you the question after this call. This question. Go ahead, caller.
Greetings to the panel, Dr. Ben.
Good night. Good night.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Nothing. Yeah, I must applaud the caller that just called in.
Yes.
I must applaud the caller that just called in. That about the thing with your thing, Rattigan. That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. However, I really called to talk to Dr. Ben because I hear him touch on a thing about the mind. When your body detox and these things, it should help with the pineal glands. These things open the mind more that you can think more clearly.
Right.
So my question, Dr. Ben, is this: the things that good to detox the body, because I used to be in Florida where I could get natural herbs. Now I'm
Right.
in Georgia.
Right.
It's hard to find because my backyard, I used to have stuff plant, some natural plants. I used to plant my own callaloo, my own yam, my sweet potato, everything. But now that I'm in Georgia, it's kind of hard to plant stuff because of the weather.
Right.
So, do you get a cleanse that we can get here?
If there's any cleanse, I don't.
Caller, could you be specific? No?
Detoxing
Oh, detoxing. Okay.
the body.
All right.
All right. Right.
Right. You can hang up and listen to the answer.
Right. So one way of starting a detoxification is by fasting. Again, it's not necessarily something that we have to put something in. It can be the elimination of something that we're putting in. So one good way of detoxifying, and remind me, Rattigan, one day we're going to just talk about the different types of detox, because I know I have persons who sick say, okay, should I take the duck flour? Should I take this? Should I take that? I'm gonna put detoxification in its proper context to help somebody to understand and to determine when they need what, right? But there are different types of detoxification. And one of the problem is that we eat too much. Again, if we are eating properly, this is what should happen. Properly means that we should be eating about 2 times per day. If you are eating the right quality food, 2 things should happen. 1, you shouldn't experience hunger. If you experience hunger, if you feel hungry, it means that you're not eating properly. When you eat properly, 2, you don't get belly full. What you experience is a feeling of satisfaction. If it is that you eat and you stop when your belly is full, it means that you are not eating properly. Here's why. When we eat, the intention is to nourish the body on a cellular level. So I guarantee anybody that is on this platform, if you were to consume food, the right type of food, what is going to happen is that you're going to eat until you just feel satisfied. That's what's going to happen. You're not going to get a belly full because the food quality is so high that you can't eat enough for you to feel it in your stomach. What happens is that you feel it in your cells. You just know that you feel satisfied. When you eat food to the point that you have a belly full, what's happening is that the more of the food you eat, your brain is telling your cell that it needs more food. Listen to me carefully now. When you eat poor quality food, what happens is that your brain is telling your body that it needs more nutrients. Your body, because the food quality is poor, what happens is that you end up eating so much of that poor quality food that the cells are never satisfied. You only have to stop because of the amount that is in your stomach. So when you eat until you get a belly full, it's an admittance to the fact that the quality of the food is poor. Now, if it is that you continue eating like that, this is what leads to disease, because you're eating a high bulk of low quality food that the cells is not benefiting from. So the colon gets clogged up. You don't have enough energy. After you're done eat, you feel tired because the food has no quality in it. So that is why, as I said, tomorrow evening on my program, The Natural Alternative, It's a little bit different from this because I'm going to actually be showing some of those foods in the form of juice. What are those juice? So let me give you one of them. Moringa. Moringa, in terms of its classification, is not a therapeutic herb. It's a nutritional herb. The reason why moringa is so powerful is because of the nutrients that it supplies to the body in terms of per what's the word now? Per ounce. The amount of nutrients that is found in 1 ounce of moringa with the same ounce of any other food, it's not available. It's nowhere near available. So 5 times the amount of vitamin C in 1 ounce of moringa, there's no other food with the same amount of food that has that much vitamins. So what happens is that you are introducing high quality nutrients in the body. So the body is getting the raw material that it needs to go to work. So that is one of the reasons why so many people are sick. They call it empty calories. People are eating food that is filling their belly, that is not nourishing their cells. So if it is that you were to do some juicing, you were to get some vegetables, and you get some dark green leafy vegetables, you had some little lemon, which is vitamin C, because vitamin C helps with absorption. Same way vitamin C works, same way carrot works. Any vegetable that has vitamin C helps with absorption. So you get vitamin C from sour foods. Again, nature is color-coded and taste-coded. It tells you what to combine with what to benefit. So if you get your vegetables and you get your sugars, which you get your energy from, and you blend that juice and drink that juice, long before your belly full, you feel satisfied. And if you continue like that for about a week, you start to realize a complete difference in your body. So you detoxify. Now, as it relates to detox, there's a detox that I've been talking about. It's called the Amazing Gallbladder and Liver Flush. As I said, Rattigan, I sent something to your producer in the email, and I asked him to just put it in the description because so many people call me. It's a Google form where persons can fill out. You fill that out, and if you call me and don't miss me, I'll get back to you. There's a link there with the juice, the liver flush recipe, and there's a link there basically to other resources that will guide you into this journey. You know, it's just one of me, and so I have to find creative ways how to serve people and not compromise my health as well. And
Well, you're doing it. You're doing it because I said you're looking for people to train.
Yes. And that's one of the things that we do. We train people. So when I get on a platform like this, the greatest weapon against sickness and disease is not medication, even when it's natural. It's education. I'm able to help far more people on this platform that can ever walk through my office door. Right? So going back to the question, yes, we do have a detoxification protocol that persons can start with, and there are some foods. I just mentioned moringa. We call them superfoods. There's acai berry. There's noni. There are some superfoods that once you have cleansed the body, you can now use these superfoods as raw material to give the body the raw material it needs to build cells of a higher quality and integrity.
Okay. Ratty, before we move on to the next caller, just a quick question, Doc. As it relates to juicing versus blending, is there one that you recommend most, or should be a combination of the two, depending on what your objectives are, or you can extract the necessary nutrient from the plant or vegetable?
Yes, we should try to juice. We should try to juice.
Like extraction.
We should try to get our juice from a plant by exposing the plant to as little heat as is possible. Because heat and enzymes are not friends. We are the only animal who cook our food. And so, to an extent, 80% of our foods should be in its natural state. We cook a lot of our foods, and because we cook it, we devitalize the food. We have removed the minerals, and that's part of the reason why so many people are sick. A lot of the foods that we eat, we have devitalized it. We have killed it, and so it is of no benefit to us. A research was done, a study was done, and they looked at what is called chlorophyll. When you look at chlorophyll under a microscope, it's almost chemically identical to the blood. The blood of the plant is the closest natural resemblance to our blood. Now, you know, when you watch movie with vampires, vampires are beings that drink human blood in order to live. We were made to drink the blood of the plant in order to live. In order to sustain us, in order to keep us healthy, we need a certain amount of plant blood or plant life in order to live. We need 80% of our diet should constitute live food. 20%. If you want to put dead food, or if you can go 100%, it's better. But you know, we need more enzymes in our diet. That is irrefutable. We need more enzymes in our diet.
Let me stop you there, Doc, because this call has been holding for a long time.
Yeah,
Call,
yeah.
good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. This is Sosa Bone.
Oh, my good friend from ATL.
Yeah.
Okay.
In regards to the caller who called in earlier from Georgia about not being able to grow things, I'm in Georgia. And one of the things, I actually go moringa in parts, Dr. Ben.
Yes, good.
I actually, all of last year was having fresh moringa leaves every day.
Wonderful, man.
And not only that, if you plant them in the soil and you mulch it over every in the winter, it comes back because mine has come back. Okay? Now, I would like to also say that for anyone who is listening who did not hear you last week and who are unable to listen to the 6 hours that is of the program, I actually have your 17 minutes on socialbone.com, which I played on my radio program this morning and yesterday, and it will play tomorrow again. Relative to fibroids and prostate cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So anyone who just want to hear that short segment you did without being able to listen to 6 hours, as the caller earlier said, Ratty, that, you know, being able to listen 6 hours at a time sometimes is challenging.
Right.
I agree with that. And, you know, you have been on our radio program, so you have been speaking to millions of people at a time, not only to the 17 or 18, 25,000 subscribers you have. Okay? And you have been on programs like with Rattigan and other places where you have expressed yourself to millions of people in New York City at a time. Okay? So it's not limited just to the people who are subscribing to YouTube when you're on Saturday.
Okay.
Okay? So I just want to point that out that at the moment I'm getting a lot. I actually posted Dr. Ben 17 minutes on LinkedIn and another feedback on it because it is so, the information is so vital.
Well, Mr. T.
I want to ask me questions. I'll just move along and let somebody else call and ask.
Well, listen, you know, you and I, we've talked a lot about these things. And so I'm gonna volunteer you as the 5th volunteer. So So this week, stay tuned. I'll call you and I'll give you the time and the date, and then we'll go from there. You can't turn me down. You can't turn me down, you know. You can't turn me down.
Come on, Rocky.
No, joke not make, man.
But listen, great program. And I'm telling you this, I'm also recording this clip even as I'm listening to it because it has to go out there. Listen, what you're passing on this platform, Ratty, it's priceless.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Priceless. And you know, this should be taught in our schools in Jamaica, Dr. Ben. That's all I have to say right now. This should be taught in our schools in Jamaica.
It definitely should. I should say, Rattigan, I don't want to forget, June 10 to 15, I'm hoping to be in New York. A friend of mine, Pastor Carl Hamilton, I'm going to be there in Bronx from the 10th to the 15th, sharing with him, ministering with him. And I'm hoping to be in Florida the 17th to the 21st. I always look for church platforms. I don't have a church yet in Florida to share from. I'm just visiting some friends there. But whenever I'm in, I visit Florida and New York regularly. I was supposed to be at Lincoln's church. I didn't get the chance to be there. But if you are listening and if you have a church, because I really just look for platforms to come and share. If you have a church, I really am looking for some platforms in Florida from the 17th to the 21st, and then in New York from the 10th to the 15th. So if anybody is listening and they have a church or you're a pastor, you're a part of a church, then please let me know. I'd love to when I come back from Los, I'm gonna be in Florida from the 5th or the 6th all the way up to the 21st, from the 6th to the 21st. And my schedule is clear from the 6th to the 9th. So I'm looking for congregations, for platforms that I can share, because this is absolutely, my wife and I, this is our dream, to really travel and to expose persons to the wisdom of our ancestors. What I'm sharing with you has been entrusted to me, and I take great delight in sharing it with as many persons as is possible.
All right. Before you go, we're going to have to repeat those dates and locations again. But we have a caller online. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where you
Good night,
from?
good night, Mr. Rattigan. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Listen, yesterday I had an appointment with my doctor, and we were talking about, this is for Dr. Ben. We were talking about juicing the different vegetables and, everything. I juice vegetable and I juice fruits together and everything. But he was telling me, how did I do that? How did I, do the vegetable and the combination and everything? So I said to him, I blend it. And he said, yes, that's the best way to do it. So when I heard Dr. Ben is saying to juice it, I don't know which I should do, because I've been doing the blending.
Yeah, you want to juice the plant because when our ancestors used to use mortar and beat it, pulverize it, and then they would put it in something and wring it and strain it.
You said it retains the fiber.
Yeah, the structure, the integrity of the structure of the plant is more intact. So when you actually get a juicer, and there are different types of juicers. There are juicers that basically crush, and there are juicers that basically there's a juicer out there that's about like 3,000 US or 4,000 US for it. And basically how it works is that it works by slowly pressing the plant. Very little spinning or any type of movement that alters the structure of the plant. They try to not alter the plant much. They try to just press it so that the juice can be absorbed. That's actually the best way to get the juice out of any plant.
All right. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm calling from Chicago.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Okay. So now I had a question for Dr. Israel.
Yes, sir.
We called last week, and we were he provided us with some numbers to make orders, and we called that number, and so far we were unable to make an order for his product. We text, we call, no luck. So the question is, how do we order for his product? And we are trying to get cleanser for kidney and liver.
All right. So that's the reason why I've sent a form.
Doctors.
One of the form, we had over like 60 calls. We have to in terms of putting in place a structure that will help. What I've done is I've sent over a form, and I know Rattigan will put it maybe after the show or wherever in the description of the video, where there's a Google form there that you can fill out. Once you fill that Google form out, we have a team that will now ensure that we can get back to persons and then systematically go through those numbers. I see one of our phones where we had over 60 calls. It's challenging to go through those numbers and at the same time to deal with persons. So we're putting in place a system where, like when I do a show like this, I can use a Google form. There are some numbers there, but the best way to really ensure that I'll get to you is by going through, filling out that Google form. It will ask you for information, allows us to get back to you, and then we can basically, deal with you. That's the best thing that we can do, because it's difficult. I mean, the amount of persons that I've been talking to, some of these are consultations. It's not possible to answer all of those calls right away. It's very challenging.
I hope the caller from Chicago got the message. You'll have to fill out that form for Doc, and that's the best way for him to get back.
Yeah. So not even the WhatsApp isn't the best way, because if we don't get to answer you, if you leave a message, we'll get to you. But if you fill out the Google form, that's the absolute best way, because by the next day, my team will begin to go through those numbers. In some instances, I may not even need to talk to the person. A lot of persons who, like 80% of the persons who call, wanted the information for the detox and so on. So we have a team that will get that to you.
Right, Doc, you're like me. You need another team, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's
I'll call and question here from Bad Gal Tiffy. She said, is moringa good in the capsule form?
Yes. So that's a question for the absolute best way to get plant is in its green natural form. But if that can't be done, one of the ways that it can be done is by dehydrating the plant and capsulating it. So yeah, that's a good way. That's not the best way, but it's another good way of getting the minerals from the plant.
I know. Here's a question that this young lady, where is it? Okay, here it is. She didn't want to put it under her name, so she texted me and said, "Could you please ask the doc this question for me?" Because she wanted it to be anonymous. Didn't want to create a fictitious account. So it says, "Doc, how can I manage my sexual feelings? I eat healthy and exercise, looking good, but can't find a serious man to settle with. Only posers, I guess." So she's asking, how can I manage my sexual feelings?
Well, it's about managing. That's not clear. Whether is it because it's not enough, or is it that it's too little, or is it that you don't have anybody to experience it with? I'm not totally sure. But what I do know is that we have to learn to know ourselves. A lot of times, what we might think we need is not sex, but intimacy. And sometimes, a lot of times, that happens because we ourselves are not complete in ourselves. We believe that in order to enjoy ourselves, we have to enjoy it with somebody, and that's not necessarily true. So I find that we tend to attract, and sometimes what we project, it's amazing what we project to other people. So it may be that there's a consciousness that you have that you're projecting to others that literally runs them away, because we either reject or we attract. So it can be, like you meet somebody and they just have a personality that just attracts you, just draws you to them. Well, there are some persons that have personalities that just push people away from them.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would say, you may need to look at yourself. Do you love yourself? If you don't love yourself, you don't want to spend time with yourself. You don't want to. Why should somebody want to spend time with you? Why should somebody want to tolerate you when you can't tolerate yourself? So it's a lot about sometimes, spiritually understanding ourselves.
I think when you get to the New York area, she's from the Northeast. I think when you get up there, she'll be consulting with you.
Okay. All right.
Another question. I eat, but this is from Anthony R. I eat moringa leaf 3 times a week. Is that good?
Yes. Moringa is, as I said, it's one of the most powerful superfoods in the world. and it's like vegetable. It's designed to be consumed in its raw state, like a salad. And so the more moringa, you know, in Ethiopia, there was even an initiative, a project at one time to plant X amount of moringa trees, because it a plant alone has been proven to be successful in warding off malnutrition. And so when you eat moringa, you are eating from the diversity of minerals that the body needs. So the more of that you can get in your diet, then yeah, it's pretty good for you. And then that's why we can see now why it benefits, because when you have moringa in the body as a superfood, you're giving the body the raw material that empowers the body to be able to better utilize the medicinal herbs that you now put into the body. So there has to be that balance between nutritional herbs and medicinal herbs. Because you even provide the body with the best medicinal herbs, if there isn't enough nutritional herbs for the body to utilize the medicine, it's not going to be able to use it.
All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason Center. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, please turn on your device.
Hello?
Yeah, please turn on your device.
I'm not hearing you clearly.
No. Turn down your device, please.
Hello?
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 Yes. Yes. Good night.
Yes, I'm calling to pose this question to Dr.
Sure,
Ben.
go ahead,
I'm calling
please.
from Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am.
About the meringue, I don't know Bush really, but just yesterday I got some from somebody in St. Elizabeth, and I got it to make tea. How often can you drink that meringue tea? The tea of the meringue.
Did you hear the question, Doc?
Yeah, I heard the question. So as I said, that a lot of times people need to understand, you know, whether is it a nutritional herb, whether it's a medicinal herb. What's the major difference? With nutritional herbs, you don't need to dehydrate them. The medicine is in a low dose, so your body can deal with it, your liver can deal with it. When it's nutritional, when it's medicinal, then the constituents are not so easy for the body to deal with. The liver, for example, can't deal with the alkaloids, specifically one of the chemicals the body can deal with is alkaloids, which is there. So moringa should not be in a tea form. We shouldn't take moringa as tea. It's like why don't you make a pak choy tea? Why don't you dehydrate pak choy and make a tea with it? Why don't you dehydrate dry out kalaloo and make a tea with it? We don't do that with nutritional herbs. We eat them in their raw form. That's where the medicine is beneficial to us. A herb like a guinea hen, can't eat guinea hen in its raw form. You have to dehydrate that and you have to make a tea with that because the chemicals are very strong. So we have to know the difference between, and usually nutritional herbs, as I said, you won't smell that strong odor in them, you know. So we have to be able to distinguish between nutritional herbs and therapeutic herbs. There's a difference in how we use them, right? So with your moringa, you shouldn't be drinking moringa tea. You should be, if it's dehydrated, you should be sprinkling it on your food, or you should be adding it to your juice. But you definitely should not be adding any form of heat to it, because you're devitalizing it. You're removing the medicine from it, so it becomes of no use or effect to you. Right? So you don't want to use moringa like that. Right? You want to use it in its raw, natural form.
Caller, welcome to Reason, Ms. Rattigan. Good night.
Good
night. Where are you
night.
calling from?
I have a question for Dr. Ben. As far as what he was talking about with the underarm thing, I have a 2-year-old granddaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Has an underarm odor.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do about that? Because I'm figuring how many toxins could she have, or what should we do about that?
A 2-year-old daughter that has an odor from her arm?
And I don't think I don't like that idea. So is there something natural?
Right. So what you could do is neutralize the odor. You could use baking soda under the arm, and it will neutralize the odor. I would say lemon, but sometimes it's practical to find lemon. So you can use baking soda, or you can use a
I'm not even hearing them. It's breaking up.
No, I can. He says you can use baking soda, or or lemon. But he said that lemon sometimes it's impractical in the sense that it's not readily available. Depending on where you are, baking soda is readily available. He's suggesting that you use baking soda.
And it will neutralize the odor.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, man.
You're welcome.
All right.
Yeah. But in the meantime, I would want to look at what is causing that odor, because that is the body telling you something. At the same thing, ignore it, because the body is trying to tell you something. And if you don't pay attention, the body can escalate.
All right. There's another question. Dr. Ben, do you support the taking of vaccinations for combating the COVID virus and its variants?
The body heals itself. And I mean, not only I don't. So one word is I don't, and I don't, and and there may be exception. Well, I don't in any form at all. I don't. And I know medically doctors will say there are exceptions, and maybe there are exceptions, because every norm has an exception. Doesn't matter how small a percentage is, there's always an exception to a norm. Because here's what happened. I'm not the person who believes everything that is positive has some amount of negative in it, and everything that is negative has some amount of positive in it. Sometimes it is the situation that determines. Sometimes a medicine is determined by the situation, because sometimes the worst poison can be a medicine if administered in the right amounts. There's a plant, there's a seed to natural medicine that is called homeopathy. Homeopathy, so there's naturopathy and there's homeopathy. Most medical doctors who practice natural medicines are more homeopath than they are naturopath, because medical doctors spend a lot of time studying poisons, and they spend a lot of time studying chemicals. And homeopathy means like, cure like. So what a homeopath does is that a homeopath, listen to this now, listen to this very carefully. Listen to this very carefully. A homeopath understands that the body has immune intelligence. So this is how vaccines were created. So vaccine is really a mild strain of a pathogen or something harmful. So it's a small enough amount for the body to launch an assault on it, to overcome it, and to store how it did that for future reference. So maybe the COVID vaccine could be a medicine if administered in a very, very, very small dose. A dose so small that, because a homeopath basically uses chemicals in such minuscule amounts that it's actually just being used for the purpose of the body recognizing it and creating a protocol to overcome it. So the poison becomes a medicine because of the dosage that it is. Remember that a medicine can become poisonous if it is administered in high dosage. The inverse is also true. A poison, if administered at a very low dosage, can become a medicine. So it's because of how the body utilizes the information that it garners from that. So that is my approach really to medicine. My approach sometimes is that the situation determines what is medicine and what is not medicine, not just the substance itself. You're muted, Rattigan.
All right. Caller, Good night. Welcome to Reason, Miss Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Toronto, T.O, but I'm still a yardie.
All right, go ahead. You have a question for the doc?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Dr. Ben, much respected. I want to know, I want to come home for a visit, but I want to make an appointment to see you. How would I do that?
Well, there's a form, there's a Google form that was sent. So I believe it's not yet in the description. It will be posted there. And if you fill that out, we do have some numbers. I don't know if I should give the numbers because
Give the numbers. Somebody else was asking about
the numbers.
They want to order. Put up the info for the liver clinic.
831-9697. That's 876-831-9697. That's my Portland office, and then there's 309-4783 for my my Morantby office.
No. The first number is 876-831-9697.
Mm-hmm.
997.
And the second.
Also, sorry.
The second number is 876-309. Is it 4783, Doc?
Correct.
Yeah.
But like I said, we are overwhelmed. The best way. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say something? Also, I suffer from severe migraines.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get off the medication that the doctor has me on now. But there's a lot of side effects from withdrawal from the medication. What would you suggest a medicinal herb?
You don't need a medicinal herb for that. What you need is a cleanse. Migraine is a presence of large amounts of acid. That's the reason why if you have migraine and you eat orange, it tips the balance, you have a headache. Or if you eat cocoa or if you eat cheese, if you eat acidic foods, it's almost as if you get a headache. Because the acid is already at an intolerable level. And when you eat these foods, you add more acid to your body. So you don't need to take medication for that. You just need, again, guys, what I'm saying to you, the body is telling you, do not ignore. The body knows that we only respond to pain. So the body escalates to the point of pain because it knows that's the only way it gets our attention.
So I can control it through my diet then rather than this medicine.
No, you don't want to control it. You can reverse it. It's not something that pain is not, migraine is not something you control. It can be reversed, and it's just the body telling you that there is just high amount of toxins. Guys, what I'm saying to you, you see the detox that I put in the liver flush and the 10-day detox. Let me share something with you. A lot of people will not share this with you. Dr. Sebi and a lot of people will not share this with you because it's an opportunity to make money. What I'm sharing with you, one of the most fundamental thing that I'm saying to you is detoxifying the body and then pumping high-level nutrients in the body. I could let you come and just do that and give you some herbs, and you leave and think of the herbs. And not natural healers.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is what they do. They just put some other stuff with it to qualify or justify why they charge you what they charge you. So I could just hide this and just put some herbs together, knowing that what really is going to help you is this. But if I do it, it's not enough. So I put some more stuff and I justify. Say, okay, give me a $1,500, and you say, boy, may I get the help? But what I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I used to have migraines.
Also, Mr. Rattigan, I'm waiting to see you in Toronto. I'm gonna be in the front row. All right.
All right, no problem. I'll be there.
I was supposed to be in New York, but I couldn't make it. But yeah, we're gonna be waiting for you. And thanks for all the work you do for everybody. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
And thank you, Carla. I used to have migraine, Rattigan. So I'm telling you from experience. When I was 15 years old, I was going to boarding school, Nakalva Agricultural School. Big up all Nakalvans who are watching. So I was going to Nakalva, and I remember when you go there, they used to serve 2 types of food. In the morning, it's cocoa tea or bush tea with scrambled egg and bread every morning. Cocoa tea, scrambled egg and bread, and if they have no fruits, you get that, or some bush tea. On Sunday, it's pork as meat, chicken as meat, rice and peas, and what something we call them Bombay, which is like a toto. Every day. That's your meal every day. Now, when I was 15 years old, I ate pork for 1 whole year straight. Because when you line up to go for the food, the pork line is always shorter than the chicken line. Plus, they give you more pork because not everybody eat pork. The pork is always cooked better because they know that if you don't cook good, it can sick you. So every day for 1 year, I ate pork. And then every morning, I drink cocoa tea. At the age of 16, I had a headache that would never go away. Every day for, I think, 2 months, I had a headache. Then when I was going to Nakalva, because we never have money sometimes, I would sneak out of the dorm and go to the orange grove and sit down there and eat dozens of oranges, acids. So at the age of 16, I had this headache that wouldn't go away, and I didn't know what was causing it. I mean, I would wake up with the headache right through the day and go to bed with the headache. I thought I had a tumor. I can remember back then, I couldn't function. So the school sent me to the school's doctor, Dr. Marsh. Big up Dr. Marsh. He was 80 something when he was practicing. And he used to practice right at the foot of Cornwall College Hill there. So I went to Dr. Marsh, and while I was sitting in the lobby, I couldn't tolerate bright light. I couldn't deal with sound. And I was drinking cocoa tea every day. So while I was there sitting in the lobby, I saw a chart. This was a chart from a drug company now, talking about the different symptoms. Are you feeling a drilling pain? Are you feeling this? And it was listing a number of symptoms along with some cartoon characters there. And then at the end of it, it says, if you will answer yes to all of these, at the end of it in big bold, you have migraine. And I said to the nurse, I said, nurse, I don't know what's wrong with me. I know what happened to me. A migraine me have. When I went into Dr. Marsh, I said, I don't even need to see you again. I now know at the age of 16. I don't know what's wrong with me. I have migraine. Testing time. So I went to school because on the chart, it told me what I should avoid. Cheese, all these things, and I love them. So I went to school and I avoided the cocoa tea for a couple of mornings. The pain stopped. So what? So I drank some more of the tea and the pain started. I couldn't believe that the on and off switch was a type of food that I was eating. I was 16 years old. I realized that I had migraine. And so at the age of 16, I stopped eating all of those foods. And in less than a week, I was able to function in school. So from the age of 16, I lived my life knowing that I love these foods, but if I ate them, prepare for the discomfort. So every now and then, I would prepare for a little headache and eat some chocolate. I would prepare for some headache and eat some oranges until the day I got sick and came over into this field I'm now in. For 1 year straight, changed my diet. I didn't eat any cooked food for 1 whole year straight. Just pure, natural food. Food in its natural state. And that was how I lost. I also grew with a lot of acne in my back that I accepted as being normal. You see, when you're sick, there's a lot of things that, because again, what I'll say to you is that we feel sickness as a feeling and not being sick as a feeling, but we don't know that being healthy as a feeling. So just like how being sick as a feeling, well, being healthy as a feeling. For that 1 year that I changed my diet, my migraine went permanently. So even if I ate chocolate, I had gotten so much toxins out of my body that I could eat chocolate and no headache. I could eat any amount of orange and no headache. It is because for that 1 year period, I detoxified my body. When you met me, I could talk for hours on and on and on. I just wanted to tell people how I felt. I felt like a new person. I didn't know that being healthy had a feeling. Everybody that I met, I wanted to tell them what I did. And what I did was what I shared. I just learned about the herbs and everything else to be more specific. But I restored my body to its default or factory setting, and all of those diseases went. If you're having high blood pressure, now we do retreats where we take people with high blood pressure and all them something there. We don't do nothing magical. People said, "Oh, Dr. Ben help me there." We don't do nothing magical. All we do, and I don't maybe get the chance to go into all of what I'm saying. No, I just do it to you. So you get better. And you say, what did he do? All of what I'm saying to you, when you come without the knowledge, I just do it to you, and you get better.
All right, Doc. Hold on 1 second. Caller, thank you for holding. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan.
Yes, good evening, Rattigan and the crew. Doctor, I saw everybody. All right, I'm calling from Canada. I study a lot of herbs and read up a lot of herbs and stuff like that. I was just in Jamaica in December, and I did a whole body cleanse. My question to the doctor, I was in Jamaica last year, and I came back to Canada, and some spots came up on my skin. And I went to the skin doctor, and he was telling me that it's hyperpigmentation, some form of hyperpigmentation. Do they have any herbs or anything? Because I did a detox of the skin. I take a lot of minerals, and I do a lot of cleansing. So that is one question for the doctor. Number two, I went to my urologist, and he told me that I have an inflamed prostate. So could you elaborate on the two issues I have?
All right, so let's start with the skin first. Now, you said that you do a lot of detox. Now, usually, anything that is in the blood reflects on the skin. So if you're doing a lot of detoxification, there's a high chance that what you're calling hyperpigmentation can actually be a healing reaction. It can actually be, because once the toxins leave the cells, it goes into the bloodstream. And once it goes into the bloodstream, the blood is going to try to eliminate it from the body. One of the ways that the blood is going to eliminate it is through the skin. So the hyperpigmentation that you're experiencing may very well just be a form of what we call a healing reaction, and it will naturally go away. If you, another thing also, and how you reduce that, usually when you're doing any type of detoxification, and especially detoxification of the skin and the blood, you have to drink lots of fluid. Because if you're not drinking a lot of fluid, that toxin that you're getting out of the body may be in the body, maybe in the blood in a very concentrated form. In order to get it out of the blood, when you're doing any form of detoxification, it should be followed by drinking lots of water. Anybody who follows Dr. Sebi will tell you that in going through some of his intensive programs or protocols, what he does, because Dr. Sebi uses a lot of powerful herbs, and so what he does to balance the use of those powerful herbs is that he puts you on a regimen where you drink lots of water to flush the bloodstream, because there are, for example, certain herbs like kalawala root. If you take kalawala root, kalawala detoxifies the body, and it helps to kill a lot of parasites. But after it kills the parasite, those chemicals, if they stay in your body, they now become toxic to you. So it's toxic to the parasite, but it becomes now toxic to you unless, so you're taking kalawala, you have to take lots of fluid to also flush it out of your system. So there's a high chance that you are detoxifying your body and you're not drinking enough water, or you may be detoxifying very often. As you talk about the prostate, the prostate is inflamed. Usually the prostate is inflamed because of calcification. And I talked about it recently, that calcification is prevented by using salty herbs. Herbs that are salt, what they do to the body is they break up calcification. A lot of times calcification takes place to prevent, like certain tumors, like certain cancerous tumors. Certain cancerous tumors, and again, cancer is one of the ways in which the body is seeking to protect itself. So sometimes calcification happens where there's inflammation. So there's like, I'm gonna give you an example. If you use a machete, President, use machete often. If you use a machete to chop your yard, you'll get a blister. That blister is the result of inflammation. If you chop your yard only one time, that inflammation will only have fluid in it, only have water in it. However, if it is that chopping becomes your way of living, that corn becomes calcified and it becomes tough. Because the body says that inflammation will hurt the body, so it has to calcify the area to make it hard and impenetrable for the inflammation to hurt you deeper. So calcification is also one of the ways that the body seeks to protect itself, but it can become harmful. So what's happening undoubtedly with, like today I saw a lady who came in, was it today? Yesterday I saw a lady who came to me who was in a lot of pain because her kidney was compromised. And once the kidney is compromised, then it causes calcification. A lot of people who have heel spur or bone spur will have a lot of pain in their body. Again, the body is telling you something. The body doesn't, the disease or discomfort that we have isn't just the body just doing something bad to you. It's a defense mechanism. So we've got to learn, I think more than anything else, one thing I've learned is that we have to learn to interpret what the body is saying. If you don't learn to interpret what the body is saying, you know what happens when the Tower Babel, they were building this tower, they were all of the same mind. They were building, but when miscommunication came in, then damage, it started to, the building became a problem. So in the same way, if you don't learn to understand what your body is saying, in an attempt to help it, you may hurt it more. So more than anything else, that's why I spend so much time talking about what I'm talking about, because I want to help people to understand. If you don't walk away with anything, walk away with this. The body communicates to you. And it's full time that we learn to interpret what the body is saying and understand what the body is saying. When you go to a medical doctor, they do some amount of hours in training in symptomology. Their training is to learn, especially those who are vets. A vet spends a lot of time in that because the animal can't talk. So the vet is trained to look and to study and to interpret what the body is saying to know how to treat them. So that is what we have to do. We have to become students of our bodies.
All right, Doc, listen, we're running out of time because we have to get to this protest here. And
yes, and I know I talk.
We have a call on the line. Caller.
Yeah.
Good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Rattigan. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. And you?
Doc, how are you okay, Doc?
Yep, I'm giving thanks.
All right. I'm calling you from Fort Lauderdale. First time caller, long time watcher. My question is, I'm 72.
Wow, you don't sound like you're 72 at all.
Heat right. Now I have just did my colonoscopy, and there was no pellets found or anything. So I want to keep it because the detoxing of my colon was done with a chemical. All right, where do I go from here with all of that?
I don't know what chemical was used. I don't know what chemical was used. And I'm going to answer your question, but something just came to my mind. there was a brother by the name of Ben-Ami who left the US in the 70s.
I'm gonna listen.
I'm gonna listen. Yeah, he left America in the 70s, and he went to Africa. Went through Africa, and he went back to Israel to a place called Dimona. They are known as the Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem. And while he was there, he implemented a health structure that, and it's funny how we don't hear this a lot. He was successful in eliminating from his community cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and a number of lifestyle diseases. Completely eliminated it. That community right now, a significant source of their income comes by going into countries like parts of Africa and implementing wellness program to help the population. So that man that was in America, Ben-Ami, went to Dimona, and he implemented a system that the community followed that totally eradicated. Scientific community went there studying them, how they were able to eliminate these diseases. What he did basically was implement a system to restore the body to its default or factory setting. One of the systems that he had was cleansing the colon. Cleansing the colon. And it's interesting you said that you went and did a colonoscopy, because in order to cleanse the colon, and I know the scientific community will say, oh, there's no benefit and there's no, but we're talking about what people experience, what people feel, and what it has done to people. When you reach a certain age, you're in your 70s, there are a number of things that you need to do. One of them is you need to increase bitter foods in your diet. When you reach age 40, 45, you have to increase the amount of bitter foods that you eat. Number one. Number two, when you start to reach that age, you have to increase the amount of liquid food, the percentage of liquid food that you consume. You have to increase the amount of percentage of live food that you eat, because once a man, twice a child. As we get older, our body's system is getting weaker. And so the quality of food we eat, massage is also important. When you get older, another thing that happens is that our circulation is reduced. So we have to be more physically active, and we have to massage more. So as we get older, our lifestyle have to change. We can't live and eat. Our lifestyle can't be the same once you reach age 40 and 45, like what it was when you were 30 and 20. Can't be the same, because your age, your body is becoming less efficient. We spoke about it last week, that by the time you reach this age, your liver function is reduced to 50% of its capacity of what it used to do, just by reaching that age alone. So what I'm saying is that we have to do more maintenance. So the colonoscopy that you went and do, you didn't need to do that. We need to cleanse our colon. You lie on the bed, you get a colon bag, you get some you can do coffee or Epsom salt or whatever herb you want to use. There are some herbs you can use, and you need to cleanse your colon. There's a benefit to cleansing the colon that you can't achieve by cleansing the colon orally. So what I would say to you is that I don't know if your colon is inflamed. What you need is a herb that is soothing. Most herbs that are what we call demolescent, or most herbs that are what we call mucilaginous, is what you will need to help your colon.
All right, Doc, one last question. And then I saw Nelson join us. The question is, Candy Max asked, could you please ask Dr. Ben his opinion on vertigo?
Vertigo. Vitiligo.
Vitiligo.
Oh, vitiligo. Okay. Again, I can't speak to what I don't have experience with. I don't have a lot of experience with it, so I've never looked at it. So I can't speak to that. I can only speak to those diseases that I see commonly, that I have to interact with, that I have to understand. I don't know enough about that to speak.
Okay. All right. Hey, Doc, look. We're gonna have to end it here. You don't have to go because we have an exciting segment coming
Yeah,
up.
man.
Go out and tell your family and friends to come join us now because now we're gonna.
How long is the show this evening? How long you say we're going for?
Well, we started 3 hours later because normally we start at 3 and we start at 6. But we're gonna finish soon because Isaac has lots of stuff to do, and I promise him that we won't be long on this. I'm actually waiting for I'm actually waiting for
While they're coming, I just wanna say that, you know, as I said, I'm planning to share it. A pastor friend of mine over there in New York, June 10 to 15, and then June 17 to the 21st. I hope to be in Florida, in the Fort Lauderdale area. So I'm still looking for a church platform to share from. So if you're listening and you know of a platform, maybe this time I can link up with your Lincoln. And also tomorrow at 3 o'clock on our channel, we'll be doing a series called the 60 Minutes with Mother Nature, where I actually take the time out to go into the wild to teach you how to understand what plants are saying to you. And then at 6 o'clock, at 7 o'clock tomorrow, on our channel, we're doing a series called the Natural Alternative Live Q&A, where I go more into the foods. It's a series that I normally do where I go more into talking about what foods you actually need. So after you've done the detox, what are the foods? And I'll have some, and I'll have the opportunities where persons can get some of those foods on that show tomorrow. Again, thank you for having me, and it was my my absolute pleasure in being here tonight, sharing with persons once more.
Well, Doc, like I said to you, this is your home. You have the key. You come anytime. It's not a problem. And people, Doc will be here except when he's traveling. And he says even when he's traveling, if he's able to log on, then he will. But as long as he's in Jamaica, we are sure that he will join us. So, Doc, many, many thanks again for coming on and sharing your knowledge. I can see just by what you've shared tonight that a lot of people are interested, as they were last week and the week before, and I'm sure it will continue. So we're always happy to have you here. And people, as Doc says, your health is your wealth. See my drink out of calabash then, and my drink out of plastic cup. Doc, thank you so much. But Doc, you don't have to leave because you can't stick
No, man,
around.
I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here. I love how Isaac. Why I admire him. He just sits here and I come on a couple of times and listen to him, but when I'm here, I don't get a chance to hear from him. So I really want to hear from him and the wisdom of Prezi. You know, really, I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna be here.
All right, good. Folks, we're joined now by Mr. Herb Nelson, one of the 30, because I think Lion said we were the standing 30, not the dirty 30. And the man who was causing a lot of problems in New York City yesterday, he spoke and the rain stopped. I don't know what that means, but maybe it's coincidence or divine. I don't know. And
divine intervention.
Yeah, and then we're joined by dynamic duo, Mystic Sensation, outstanding singers. We're looking to sign them up because
yes.
Yeah. No, listen. We've been planning this for quite some time now. We had the first one in January, and we that we're gonna do one in New York, followed by DC, Toronto, the UK, and then we're going back to Miami. So CG Mir, stand by. We're coming back, and the first time they said we were pitiful. We only had 30 people, even though the newspaper account said something else. But this time there'll be no mistake. We're gonna have more than 30. But and you know, God help all of you if we show up with more than 30, because with 30 people, according to the ambassador, we were able to convince the U.S. government to enhance its travel advisory, thereby causing earthquakes and tremors in the tourism industry. So we shall see. But anyway, we did one yesterday. And look, folks, the gentleman who started off this thing yesterday and went through the whole thing, had the crowd all revved up, with the chants and all of that stuff. None other than Mr. President himself. So, Mr. President, want to welcome you again. And what I'd like you to do is to just audience a bit of
Well, thank you again, Ratty, and welcome everyone. So, Mystic Sensation, Herb,
Yes.
and of course, ISAT and Dr. Ben. Well, Mr. President, number one, I am a son of the soil, been Jamaican, never a Jamaican, and I have had a passion for my country from day one. I was a scout, then turned eventually into a cadet and then a police officer. I served, protect and serve, I guess the crown, I should say. I migrated to the United States maybe 2 decades, a little over 2 decades ago. But I've kept my roots with the constabulary. I've also kept my roots in the country. During that time, I've also been on radio. I run an IT firm, a wonderful business that serves a lot of people in cybersecurity. Great staff. Shout out to all my staff at Netronics Technology Solutions. Big up. And also been a minister for many years. I don't pastor right now, but I'm a minister. I teach. I'm formally trained in theology. I am also, again, a lifelong learner. I love philosophy, love debate, and of course, running a talk show and having Dr. Rupert as my co-host, so you can imagine the verbal bantering and sparring that usually takes place with our good cop, bad cop kind of approach. So I want to big up to every Super Jams listener who's watching us tonight and who will see this in the future. But as it relates to who I am, again, as I said, I'm just a patriotic Jamaican with a lot of love and fire. Lastly, I'm a professional MC. I travel often to do this around the world. What we kind of did yesterday, I enjoy working with the crowd, and I'm looking forward to working with you and the team on some more projects.
All right. Now, let me start by expressing a heartfelt thanks to all of you who showed up yesterday. All of you. I don't want to start calling names because I know I'm going to offend some of you because I'll forget the names. So I'm just going to leave it at that in a general way, just to say, all of you, you mean so much to me. And when we stayed at a hotel 2 blocks away, and most of you in the crowd, well, some of you in the crowd probably noticed it. A friend of mine, he sent a security detail. And I said, I don't need no security. I said, no. You're going to get a security detail. He sent 3 uniformed security guards, and then a guy in a suit, and then they had like 3 people in plain clothes and mingling in the crowd. And they got there before we were supposed to get there at 8:30, but of course we didn't. They called me and they said, hey, we have a lot of policemen out here and women. And I said, how many people out there, to protest? And he said, about 10. And I said, nah, we only have 10 now. But this was 8:30 and the thing didn't start until 9. And I said, no. This weather is not going to stop my people, my family members from coming out. And when we got there, people started mingling around. And pretty soon it started getting busy. Now, a couple of things happened. And I have to tell you this. The day on Thursday, I called the police department just to check in to make sure everything was okay. And the police officer, big up Officer Wiz, good guy, he said to me, everything is fine. Everything is great. The barricades, all of that stuff. He said, you've done everything by the book. Everything's fine. You got the permit, good to go. And he said to me, you know, we do a lot of protests because they're one block they're a few blocks away from the United Nations building, and they get protests out there like they're going out of style. And he said, we get protests out here quite a lot, including on the block where you're gonna be. He said, no, including Second Avenue. We've had protests there. And he said, but we never get any phone calls about these protests. We never get phone calls. He said, I don't know what's wrong with this protest, but we're getting a lot of phone calls about your protest. And I said, like, what kind of phone calls are you getting? He said, we're getting phone calls as to, do these guys have a permit? Why did we issue them a permit? Why do they have to protest in front of the Jamaican consulate? Why? And he explained to them that, no, we do this all the time. And these guys, they've done everything by the book. And I asked him, I said, did you ask them why they were asking you all of these questions? And he said, yeah. I asked him, do you guys have an issue with this? And the response was, nah, we're just calling because we just want to find out. That was really, really strange. On Friday, when we got there and it was raining, the DJ, he brought his tent. Of course, water and electricity no mix, right? So the guy brought his tent and started blowing some music. He set up the tent. Remember now, the police were out there in force way before we got there. So the guy got there, set up his tent, started doing some music. The police, they sacked the rank and file, the brass, they were all out there. They saw him doing this, no problem. And then the CG showed up, the Consular General. And I'm going to show you a video of what happened. She showed up, and I think it was you, Prezi. You think it was you. I think it was, yeah. And they were trying to get her attention, and she turned her back, didn't pay them any attention. And then I think she went in the building. As soon as she went in the building, policeman came up and said he wanted to speak to me. And he said, listen, you have to take your tent down. I said, why? He said, well, we need a permit for that. We don't allow tents in the city, like that, unless you have a parks permit. And I said, officer, no problem. If we got to take it down, we got to take it down. I'm not saying she did this. I'm just saying that they stood there and they watched us put up this tent, and they had no issues with it, and it was up for quite some time. And as soon as she walked into that, she came to one building, they said, hey, you got to take it down. Now, let me just show you, and then I'll have Prezi walk us through all of this. Let me see. I think this is it. Right, Prezi? Oh.
Consul General, good morning. Hi.
Excuse me, you have to turn around that way. You have to turn around that way. You're in the bike lane. You're in the bike lane. Help him that way.
Morning, Consul General. Are we invited to the prayer meeting? Consul General, are we invited to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General?
Clip this.
Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General? Can we come to the prayer meeting? Are we invited at noon to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General? At noon today?
All right. No. She went in, and shortly thereafter, we had to take down our tent. I mean, you can't make this up. I have to laugh, folks. Another thing that happened, they gave us a pen. They call it a pen. You see the barricades? They configure them like in an enclosure. And Herb, I think we're getting a feedback. I think it's probably you. I'm not sure. But
Let me see.
but for the enclosure, these guys, they do protests all the time, and also they do the New Year's ball, which is the New Year's thing, which is right down the street. So the pen, they're supposed to hold 350 people, and once you get to 350, they close them, and then they have to open up another pen, but they do it pen by pen, right? So we were in our pen, and then all of a sudden I didn't see anything, I just heard that there's some counter protesters who were trying to come into our pen. And the cops said, "Are you guys crazy? You can't come inside this pen." So they put them across the street, which was good, because who knows what could have happened. And we made it abundantly clear that we weren't going to be a violent protest group. But who knows, because people were just coming and going, and who knows what would have happened. Now, they've said that we had 80 people. Where is it? 80 people, and they had 12. They said there were 80 people in our pen. 80. And the protesters had 12. Take a look at this video.
We're going to clear one more tune. We're going to come back with closing ceremony. You know, it's that. Take this DJ. We're going to turn over to you as all right, one more time, everybody. That's one killer vibes. We're going to play the music for you. And we're going to come back with closing ceremony.
That's the counter protest you're looking at, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Now, here's what happened with us. They said it was 80. Then the number went up to 200. Then the number went up to 250. Now, remember what I said to you folks. The pen is designed to hold 350, and then they close the pen. Here's what happened. A friend of ours, she had a few friends. She told a few friends about the protest, and she suggested that they go down and join us. They came. They called her back, and them said, "We out here in the rain and it's cold, and the police them turn us away. Them say we can't go in there because the pen full. Them close the pen, which means 350 people inside it." Also, the DJ, I asked him to move a speaker to put it to the back of the pen. He told me, he said, "Listen, the cops said to him, it's not going to work because the crowd is too thick. The crowd is too thick, and the pen is closed anyway," which suggests 350. I suggest to you, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at some point in time, we had at least 350 people in that pen. But you see how the numbers go up though. They go from 80 to 200 to 250, and we know it was somewhere around 350. But let me see something here. Hold on. That's part of it. That's part of it. That's 80 people right there. Right? Let me see this one. Kevin, where you there? Kevin gone. Wow.
And once we have support and inspiration, we will continue to do what we do, because we know there is the position, we know there is the status, we know there is the money, we know there is some significant
No. That looked like 80. Look more like 800 to me. But 80 or 800, it no matter. The message was delivered. And we know, based on our intelligence, that they are scared. And the next word starts with an S. They're scared. Starts with an S, next letter H. They're scared because what they've realized is that this is something that is growing. This is something that is very serious, and this is something that is not stopping, because in 4 to 5 weeks, and Herb Nelson is here, he can tell you about the one that's going to be launched in Washington, D.C. on the steps of the embassy. And after that, we'll be in Canada. And after that, we'll be in the UK. And after that, we will be back where we started, Miami, sunny Miami. So I just set that up for you, Prezi, for just take it away, and then I'll just turn it over to Herb, and then we'll get some feedback from the we'll get an analysis from the panel.
Well, absolutely appreciate it. But first of all, let me thank the 350 people who came out to support the event. And of course, apologize to the ones who couldn't make it in. And, I know it's hard and difficult after traveling so far and, going through this weather situation, just to be told that, you're too late, it's too crowded. So I want to apologize to those people. But let me also thank those who came out to share the stream on their various platforms. That helped to get the message out. I'm particularly pleased with the team that really came together to make this happen. Everyone who worked up front and behind the scene to pull this off. And I know it did send some shockwave. But to comment on that video where, some people was like, why are you tormenting the Consul General? Why are you teasing her? And I'm saying I wasn't teasing her. If I was in her position, Ratty, and I'm the Consul General who claim to represent all the people who are standing there, whether or not I agree with the protests, I would believe in my heart fundamentally that they do have the right to petition their government. And if the people came out to petition their government and I am their representative, I should at least turn to the crowd, wave, and be cordial, and at least come across as if I am a diplomat, as I am supposed to be. So that was very disturbing. And also to just know that, before the event, their press release and everything that they were saying about the gathering was totally skewed and misrepresented what we were there for. And the lies and the distraction about being PNP operatives, all of those things, are really, really disturbing. But I must say that all the patriots who came out to brave the weather, because I'm a Floridian, I'm used to a hot weather. I came out and just to see the cold weather and the rain, and all these people were like standing there. I'm like, if this was Florida and they started doing, everybody scatter. But these people are like, we're not leaving, we're not going anywhere. And that is so encouraging. And just to get that message out about who is destroying brand Jamaica. And we realize that the people who are destroying brand Jamaica are the people who turned their back and didn't even stop to wave to the people whom you're supposed to represent. I mean, it's not a good look. And I know that when this video is shown, people who are objective, they will look at it and say, well, she should at least acknowledge that there were some Jamaicans who were standing right in front of the representative for this area. And she literally didn't even pass much of a glance. But just to be told, whether it's causation or correlation, I don't know. But here's the deal. As soon as she entered the building, the same police officer that was patrolling and watched us erect that tent came over and was like, well, you know what? You're going to have to take this down. To me, it doesn't have a good look. She didn't look at us. And the tent we were told to take down the tent. And I think they were thinking with the rain, it would drive us away because we would have nothing to shelter. But by prayer and faith, because we were saying, God, stop the rain. And by God, I believe that we were able to accomplish what we were there to do. And as soon as we got to the end, the rain was coming down a little bit harder. So we were like, thank you. And then even after that, it just totally disappeared. And I think it was a win for us, a win for the patriots of Jamaica, a win for the people who are against corruption, a win for the people who are holding government accountable, a win for all the people in the diaspora. And I'm ready to go to Washington, D.C. to do this again.
Here. Amen. Amen. Herb Nelson, come in, my brother. Talk to it. Herb T.
Welcome, one and all, to Washington. Welcome, Mr. Rattigan. You're in your backyard in Washington.
Yes, sir.
Prezi, you are terrific. You were terrific. And I welcome even Mr. Isaac. And maybe we could have him do a number with our dream team, the Mystic Sensation. I don't know, but keep practicing, Isaac, when we have to call on you. Dr. Ben, you're welcome too. Look, folks, this was my first ever protest attendance in the United States. And it has left me with a very good impression of how effective democracy can be improved because of our ability to protest. There's nobody stopping us. There's nobody intimidating us. The only complaint I got was, we were kind of packed in there and we couldn't get through to get up front to buy t-shirts and stuff. But folks, other than that, everything was on cue. Everything went well. We weren't worried about the people across the street. In an interview this morning about 2:30 a.m., I was doing an interview on WBAI radio in New York. And I told, when the interviewer asked me about the 11 people, I said, that is equivalent to a pimple growing on an elephant's ass. It did not matter to the elephant. So this don't matter either. The bottom line is we were effective. We went out there, we did what's needed to be done, and there is no question that the momentum, keep in mind, and I said fair weather people didn't show. So let's assume we could have had another 200 or more because of the weather conditions. I'm praying that Washington will be perfect. People will come down for Caribbean American Month, and that ends that Friday, and the protest will occur the very next day. I've already put out the call to all the people outside of Washington to talk to their universities, their colleges, talk to those students, speak to the people in your communities, and put buses together if you have to, bus people into Washington, and let us raise the roof. Let us tell, I had a team on radio last week, wake the town and tell the people. And it's not about a musical this. This is about crime, corruption, and the rule of law being stepped all over by these people. And it has got to stop. They need to not just speak to us. I think we're probably getting beyond the speaking part. I think we're getting to the point where we need to ask for people to leave government. We need to ask for them to resign as in the best interest of the nation of Jamaica. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. People come out there and they can characterize our appearance in whatever manner they want to, but truth is coming to the surface. People are supporting us because they like the fact that we are speaking truth to power. Folks, we need your support, your continued support, and we are going to make history once again in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Herb. Let me just say again, I just want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. I met people from Texas, Boston, man, big up yourself, from Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, DC, Maryland, Georgia, Florida, California. There's a lady who took a red-eye flight. I met her. She said, me just come off of the plane, a 6-hour flight. She said, me just come off. I'm going to take the taxi, me come straight here, so. And when we finish, I'm going to go back at the airport and fly back 6 hours. This is how much this means to me, right? Then we have Roland. Big up yourself, Roland, and his wife. Fly from the UK just for the protest. Have a safe trip, a safe return, my brethren, right? We have people from all over, from Canada. We have people from Canada. I'm sure I'll leave out some people from some other places. I think Tennessee, so I met some people from Tennessee. All over. I mean, it was heartwarming. As much as it was cold and windy and slightly windy and raining, it was just bad weather. I mean, them people just make me feel like me inside I'm house, I'm comfortable. Because at the end of the day, it was about one voice against one government that is just displaying bad governance all over the place. Now, it's funny because when I got up, the people across the street, the 9 people across the street, somebody said, I said, you know, I wanted to show them some respect because at the end of the day, we're all Jamaicans, we want the same thing. And somebody ball out, no, look over there, nobody know over there, so. Nobody know over there, no, look over there. It was, but it was a good turnout and it was a good protest. It was peaceful. I mean, I met so many people, the love. I mean, I felt it. It was palpable. I just felt, I took a million pictures and I don't regret standing out there and I don't regret doing it at all. In fact, I love doing it. I met so many. Oh, by the way, the t-shirts, folks, believe me, you guys supported that initiative so much that we actually make back the money, and we have some t-shirts. We're going to put them up on the website. This week, we're going to redesign the website, do some other things, so we're going to get them up there. And I owe some of your t-shirts. Just, you know, hit me up, send me a text message, whatever, and I'll get you the t-shirts. Oh, by the way, I made some t-shirts. But say, Kevin, where you there? And I was supposed to take them there and sell some, give some away. I forgot. But when I got there, this is what, hold on, let me see. I think it, let me see. Hold on. This is what I saw. Big up yourself, Mr. Bram. Kevin, where you there? They made their own Kevin wear the t-shirts. I forgot mine. I look at this. They made them hot and they made them t-shirts. I mean, hey. But big up this lady, big up both of them. But this is the lady who support this thing to the max. She support the Rebel program to at midnight. When she come, man, it's a real party. And I sat know that too. But some of them Kevin wear the t-shirt with them design. Thank you, ladies. So, I mean, I was in my element. And then what happened, the people, them couldn't see me. After a while, them couldn't see me. So, Mr. President, now, him said to me, say, you need to jump up on the thing right just so the people them can see you. And I said to him, say, you sure you want me to do that? And him say, yeah. when you do that, and then we end up with something like this. That's what we end up with. See it there? Why my mother was proud of me, man. Yeah. So all of you never see it. See me, some people say I'm FBI at and I look like government agent or whatever. But right there, I'm standing on the speaker, one of the speakers. Where they say, stand up so the people can see. And it was a great view when when I stood on the speaker, because you could have seen all the way back at the pen. I could have seen all 350 of you. So, and at the same time, I could see the 10 across the street too. But, let it go.
Hey,
So,
Ratty.
Yes, sir.
Just in case, so we don't turn our backs on like the Consul General did. The fact that our Prime Minister received an honorary doctorate degree at Delaware State University, we must congratulate him.
Yes, indeed.
But at the same time, we have to ask the CG, why was the UWI members resident in her consulate? Why were they thrown out of the consulate? She needs to come out and make a statement on that. Because the rumor control has it that they were thrown out because UWI never offered our Prime Minister his honorary degree, doctorate degree. And so she should come out and make statements to clear it up to the diaspora. Because it seemed like it would be a petty, boorish, and foolish, insulting behavior, just like what happened with the UWI students who was asking them about the NIDS program. And he failed to respond in a proper manner. So, did she do that? And if she did do so, then I'll say the same thing the other university student said, is that she owes those people an apology. And it needs to be addressed. It needs to be fixed. There should be no way in hell this continues with her, after her show down at the pen relays, waving her hand, jumping around, right? I don't know if you have the video, but we should have it.
Yeah. Hold on. Keep talking.
Yeah. There's no reason, no format that we know of that anybody should be thrown out of our consulate or be ignored, or even for our people that ask to go inside and use the restroom. That should not be a reason to stop them and to exclude them from going into the consulate. Of course, we know that when there was rainfall and people were lined up outside to get their passports, she wouldn't let them inside. She had a lot of people outside standing in the rain. So maybe this is just her technique for dealing with people. She doesn't have any, she doesn't have the proper decorum. She can't deal with people. And maybe she needs to move on. And that's what we probably need to beat that drum, asking the Prime Minister to withdraw her from that position.
On the plane of the world, and she's in the building, I have to play her song. Stretch, can you play the song for the CG for me, please? This one for the CG.
Coming from the country with my bag of curry, I woke up on a easy. In what people mean. Don't you run now, you man, you won't get away.
Consul General, good morning. Aye.
Now, Rattigan said President that he should have been playing her song. Maybe she would have turned around and started the jumping and the waving again.
Excuse me. You have to turn around that way. You have to
It
turn
looked
around
like she
that
can't
way.
build a vibes though, Herb.
Yes, yes.
That way?
She nearly
Consul
what's that
General.
one, you know?
Are we invited to the prayer meeting? Consul General, are we invited to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General?
Clip this.
Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General? Can we come to the prayer meeting? Are we invited at noon to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Consul General? At noon today?
No. Mr. President was asking her about a prayer meeting. And what people need to know is this. This protest was planned from January, shortly after the one in Miami. 2 days before this protest, I think it was Wednesday, we saw notifications here they're having a prayer meeting at noon in the consulate. We were going from 9 to 1. So they have a prayer meeting, something horrid, that a cook-up thing, I think they have. I don't think they planned theirs from January. But a cook-up thing. But see who them bring in there? Them bring that brother here. Reverend Bennett, right? And he was pleading for unity in the diaspora. But look, what I'm going to say. Plead for unity. Here, right here, he said there are so many voices trying to pull down the diaspora and urge instead that there be collaboration, unity, peace, and goodwill. Pull down the diaspora? I have no idea what this man is talking about. Be careful of voices that seek to distract us. That's what he said. And it was as a meditation and blessing. I'm all this. But this is who them bring inside them to talk about, distracting voices. And then people come out and say, media came out, Nationwide came out. I remember now, we had 350 people who were pen pack. Them have 10 cross the street. Guess what Nationwide though? Interview people from the group of 10. They don't interview nobody from the group of 350. Right? I wonder if that is fair and unbiased reporting. But then they also said that we were spreading misinformation and we were lying. And then I said to them, hold on a second. Tell me if these things that we're talking about, it's a lie. The Prime Minister's promise that you will be able to sleep with your windows and doors open. Is that a lie? No. The Prime Minister's, the Integrity Commission cannot verify his 2021, 2022 statutory declaration. Is that a lie? No. The Prime Minister received training, anti-corruption and good governance, and didn't sign the code of conduct as requested by the Integrity Commission. Is that a lie? No. The Prime Minister asked the Governor General to declare states of emergency where people were held unconstitutionally, and now the government is paying taxpayers' money to these victims. Is that a lie? No. The government amended the Constitution to ensure that the DPP would have gotten another extension, and the court ruled that unconstitutional. Is that a lie? No. The salary increase of approximately 200% and 20% for civil servants. Is that a lie? No. Somebody took me to task and said that's a lie. And I found a speech where none other than the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Minister Nigel Clark himself said it, that civil servants will get a pay increase of 20% over the next 3 years. It's not a lie. Students suffering because of the corruption at the Ministry of Education. Reed allegedly committed that. Then we have Miss McLean, and we have the surcharge that didn't take effect because the government didn't file it in time. All those things. That a lie? No. Investors, including Usain Bolt, have been impacted by the SSL debacle scandal. That a lie? No. The Auditor General says 1.7 trillion Jamaican dollars unaccounted for. Lie? No. The 2016 and 2020 promised that they're going to address the water situation. That a lie? No. The 10 things I just mentioned to you folks, they were in the newspaper last week, Sunday. And the Gleaner had the temerity, they had the unlimited gall to say that they need to verify. This is after they put it out, you know. Them come on and say, they want to verify that all these things are true. So I had to send them, I think it was like 53 documents, including Gleaner reports that they should have had. This is the Gleaner asking me to verify that the Gleaner actually said these things about what I'm talking about. Then I had to get videos, TVJ, and some other network. I had to get them, I had to send them. And in the end, what did they say? They said, everything that you put here is verified. And then we have people coming out now and saying, these things are lies. These things are lies. So I don't know. It just goes to show that some people are just biased beyond belief, and that you can't talk to these people. You cannot talk to them. I love them to death because they're my flesh and blood. They're my people. They're my family members. But sometimes you have to walk away from your flesh and blood. Sometimes you just have to do that because there is no breaking of the logjam. And that's what we're going to have to do. Now, they said, oh, you guys don't want to talk. We have said we're willing to sit down and we're willing to talk to the government on 3 conditions. 1, we are not stopping what we're doing while we wait for you to set up a meeting. So we're going to continue with our protests and everything we've planned. 2, we are not coming to sit at the table as subordinates. We come and we speak as equals. Right now, this unregistered organization movement called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, they're minions. They're nothing more than gophers, people. Go for this, go for that. They have no power. They succumb to the dictates of the ministry. We won't. And the third thing is this. The any diaspora organization representing the diaspora, and it sounds like it sounds like it doesn't make sense, right? Like any diaspora organization representing the diaspora sounds like it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense because the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council movement that did not represent that did not and still doesn't represent the diaspora. Any diaspora organization must be independent and autonomous, cannot have government influence and direction and personnel on it. And that is a point that we are not willing to compromise on. The government, they're running it right now, but they can't, I don't know what they're really running because we have bought the name. We have legal possession of that name. And by the way, I think it's next week, some cease and desist letters will go out. So you 3 representatives, West and what? West and Midwest and Northeast and Southeast. Make sure say on the email address good enough, because somehow no one knows that the email address is not good. Make sure say the email address good, or we have your physical address, because we're going to send you some cease and desist letters. You can't use the name. Cannot use the name. And remember that all of you guys, you are volunteering your services. You're not being paid. You're not even being paid gas, tolls, much less a salary. You're being paid 0. So the question is, do you want to take the chance and go to court with a Rattigan and have to come up and spend money now for something that you really don't want to spend money for? Someone who have family who have to take care of. And I don't want to take on the money. So what I'm asking you to do is start practicing the cease and desist from using the name. Because if you don't, there'll be serious consequences. And you're listening to the comments from a serious man. And if you think me not serious, defy the cease and desist, and you will see. That simple. Mystic in the area. Talk to me. Give me a signal. I want to depend. I want to feel. I want to see the goings on, you know.
Blessings, blessings. First and foremost, I want to say big up to the poor people. Defender, it's up. How much chicken I have left over there? Would I take 2 white chicken leg?
It's done. Everything done.
You know, the chicken. You know, all right. Herb, you know, big up yourself, Sir Herb. Dr. Ben Israel, I want to tell you that you have a wealth of knowledge. I am very inspired. Right? I sat and I listened to you and I said, wow, trust me. You know, you have live information. And we really appreciate you, sir, on this program. Right? And as what Rattigan said, you have the key, right? And indeed, right, it is not like we want you, we need you, right? So please know that. Ratty.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, you have the heart of a lion, right? And trust me, when you roar, government tremble. That's all I'm saying. And I leave Mr. President for last because President, I love what President did. And you know what? I wish, well, let me say something. What President did in terms of asking the Consular General that question, are we invited to the prayer meeting? That question, I want people to think of it. And the response of the Consular General. Because what that created for all of us in the locally speaking and in the diaspora, right, are 4 bulletin points that define this government. The very question that Prezi asks. Prezi asks, are we invited to the prayer meeting? And you know, no response, right, in like term. And the first bulletin point that we receive from that is a government of exclusion. Why am I saying that? The Governor General, the Consular General had gotten the opportunity from a question posed by Prezi. Should have at least indulged in saying that I'm representing all Jamaicans, locally in the diaspora, everywhere. And I don't see my responsibility through color or through a party line. But generally, right, we are all Jamaican and the plight of the people are quite understandable, right? The second bulletin point is as a result of, we know that this government lacks transparency, right? Now we have seen where, of course, this government, right, executed as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, Section 53, subsection 3, right, suppressing the Integrity Commission investigator that during the course of an investigation, right, the Integrity Commission investigators cannot speak on such matters. Their defense is to say that they don't want any form of preemptness in terms of might be, defame people's character. But where you have a government, right, that lack transparency, then it leaves to presumption. It leads to assumption. It leads to all sort of issues of concern when a government is not transparent. The third bulletin point, the government that refused to hear the cry of the people's concern. What are the people's concern? I have seen where, a journalist during the course of the gathering, he was asking persons, why were you here? And several persons respond in unity to say the issue of corruption with the government. And so then we have seen all the spin doctors, all the spin machine, right, trying to say, as it relates to the meaningful gathering, the organic diaspora, to say that we are sowing the seed of misinformation and disinformation, which is not true. Rattigan had spoken earlier as it relates to questions that he himself asked, and which we all know, which we all cognizant of. Number one, the Prime Minister, from the onset, did not sign the Code of Conduct. Is that lie? No. Why the Prime Minister, right, and other members within the Jamaica Labour Party refuse to sign a Code of Conduct, knowing that your behavior, right, supposed to be held as it relates to ethical and moral standard. And so then we presume by that action that your intentions were premeditated. When you look and you see a government that represents us, the Prime Minister that head the country, and his 2021 statutory declaration being declared by him but refused to certify by the Integrity Commission. 2022 declared by him but refused to certify by the Integrity Commission. And so then we also are going to presume that his 2023 statutory declaration will also meet the same fate of same cannot be certified. Is this a government that we want to lead us? Is this a government that we want to be responsible for our political future? Certainly not. We want a government that is transparent. We want good governance. We want to move forward in nation building. And so then, as a result of what transpired, I think what we had achieved together, right, is to say to the government that enough is enough. And we need to be answered as it relates to our concerns. The issue of corruption, the issue of our crime rate, right? We have seen number 3, right? Over a 20 years period, not only just the Jamaica Labour Party government, where we have seen the crime rate extended over thousands, over 1,000 murders per year, and yet we are not at war, right? And so then, of course, the Jamaican people need that sort of representation as it relates to good governance, right? We see our health care, right, is so deplorable. And all these things that we have spoken, right, stand as true testament. But the government still hell-bent in refuse to come forward with the truth and continue to suppress the information, sowing the seed of misinformation and disinformation. So I'm glad that we are moving forward with one voice, stand to resolute for justice. And I yield back to you, Ratty.
Thank you, Byron. Marie, you have something you want to say?
Yeah, well, it was a good look yesterday. And we must also remember the amount of persons that we had supporting virtually as well online. So those numbers really count as well. And thank you, everyone who turned out physically as well as virtually. And it sent a clear message that enough is enough.
Thank you for bringing out that point, because I wasn't even thinking about the virtual attendance. I was just thinking about the physical bodies there. So thanks for that. I sat, Mr. KFC. And by the way, Doc, I have a question for you, before I go. Somebody a dear friend of mine just texted me a medical question. I'm going to get to you in a second. But I sat, the floor is yours, sir. Oh, no, you know what? Let me ask you a question. You're in Jamaica, and I didn't want to ask Dr. Ben because, I didn't want to stray far from the medical questions and presentation. Yeah. But you were sitting there. Is that the chicken delivery man?
No, the chicken eat already. You don't see me sleeping.
Okay. All right.
Dr. Ben can tell you all about this, the side effect.
Right. Give us your impression of how Jamaicans view the protests and what if anything in terms of effect we had in Jamaica.
I'm gonna start by saying you guys can't keep embarrassing Jamaica like this. The Prime Minister was getting a doctorate in Delaware. We here in Jamaica were Googling to find out how far Delaware was from where you guys were. You looking like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, and your fire burning. And then you embarrassed the Consul General, who was dressed in all green and was there thinking that she was going to have the anti-movement would have been a lot, but her army didn't show up and she was embarrassed. And she wasn't looking at you guys. I don't know. Was it you, Prezi? Was it you who were you harassing the lady? So these things, when you look at it, I'm gonna tell you, even though I'm making light of it, because it is actually hilarious, because it was here on the ground, there was a week-long build-up. Some of the articles I didn't even bother read because they had people with possibly honorable doctorates from Delaware as well that had articles saying, oh, we must not allow the organic diaspora who steal the name of the government's diaspora body, who don't live in the diaspora, and all of these things. And these articles were coming out, and the Gleaner and the other journalism people were saying, this man has a doctorate and he feels that the dirty 30 and the dirty 350 plus the people on the internet was to be ignored and would have no impact. But I'm going to tell you this, you guys have a serious impact. Let it be known that no matter what Jeffrey says, they're going to always call you guys PNP, because at the next election, the labor rights will be voted out, because they can't answer to issues of corruption. They can't answer to the ethical and moral implications of not signing on to the Integrity Commission. Even though some of those signs were turned upside down, we did read them. And I did like one particular sign that says, we want accountability and everything, and we're sending out the police. I think it read something like that. So I said, this was not misspelling. It was telling the corrupted people that we're going to call the police on you, Even the ones who whisper to the police and say, take down the sign in foreign, take down the tent in foreign, or words to that effect. Yeah. And so it is a big deal. Certainly, whilst on the Andre Stevens show last night, the audience, the students, they felt that the first one where they made this thing about the dirty 30 and it was little bit of people. That's not really what was, that's not the message, and we knew that you guys were strong. We appreciate you certainly from this end, because if we were doing it, they would have just shoot us and say we had guns and it was a shootout. And we would all be dead, and we would be attached to some gang. And I mean, different from lawyers' offices being burnt down and they're affiliated with ISAT in the same week. Yeah, it's just a different vibe to know that freedom of expression is something that takes place. And not only that it takes place, it's just that there's little room for, you know, the cute stuff to prevent you. I mean, in America, they can tell you to take down the tent because it didn't have a permit. In Jamaica, they can shoot you and then say you're a part of the goat thieving gang. A lot of people are going to be upset with me for my satire and my sarcasm, but I'm really being serious in terms of the fear to speak out, the nepotism that is embedded into the people in authority to punish you even when you don't work for them, to silence you, to subjudicate you, even when matters aren't sub judice, or make up rules to destroy to destroy and take away your profession so that you will shut up. So to see you guys, and I mean, I endeavor one day to be like Herb, where I just say, yes, next week we're gonna have a bigger one, and then you're gonna be homeless and jobless because we're coming for you, you corrupted, wicked people. I don't get to say that because I'm not Herb, and I certainly am not in Washington. So that is really what is going on. It is, contrary to popular belief, it is not much ado about nothing. It is a big deal. And if I had my own KFC franchise, I would have brought KFC for everybody, a 6-piece, and then the doc would tell you what bitters to take to balance it. But I'm very proud of what happened, and you guys were very articulate, and the support. Kevin, where you there? It's somebody said I'm not playing with ISAT tonight, but yeah, I'm being for real. I'm proud that we have taken what belongs to us, which is our country, in our hands. We're just not sitting idle. We're not being idle about it, and that's what the diaspora. The only thing we have to do now, is when December come, instead of send 2 barrels, and I send 3 barrels, and don't put no Gloria evaporated milk in the barrel, and we're good. I promise you. But apart from that, well done. Never expected anything less. And Prezi, why you stalking the woman like that?
No, hold on, no. But listen, but fun and joke aside, still, you gotta
as a pastor, what you gonna talk about? So, my girl, invite me at the prayer meeting.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I love, and the woman, like, no, but seriously speaking, though, on our level, no disrespect to the Consul General OD, as in her official capacity, but it's a question the diaspora is asking the government, though. Are we invited to the table to have a discussion about voting from the diaspora? Are we invited to dialogue in a meaningful way? It's really a question that we can really drill into. Are we invited? Are we really and truly invited to partake in the future of our country? Are we invited? Because I don't think that they want to invite us to do anything like that.
So let me ask you a question, and I will take my silence after this. You see, they have prep champs that they don't include the primary schools in the prep champs. You know why? The same way why white people wanted to drink from different fountains from black people, and they didn't want to play in the sports with them. Why would anybody in a country that is so riddled with a whole bunch of dunce people would want the best of Jamaica to come back and meddle in our business? No, nobody. We don't want that. We don't appreciate you. We don't want Rattigan to come and be the Minister of Security. Then the place would be secure. How we gonna rob and thief? How we gonna get to scam and all of these things when Herb is gonna be like, we're coming for you. What you gonna do when we come? We don't want that. We want the freedom to abuse the citizens because they're uneducated. We want to kill the youth before they can impregnate and then complain that we need a budget to populate because people not having babies. We want that. We want all the students and all the next generation to go do a course in plumbing, not engineering, in carpentry, not architecture. Yeah, we want them to be to change the bedpans, but we don't want them to be nurses and doctors because if they are that, they will not. We can't keep you down. So it is a problem because the best of the best. Don't make no mistake, the best of the best is out there in the diaspora, and that's why migration has been the brain drain has been our problem. But don't get me wrong, if you do something spectacular, you are the sons and daughters of this country. So if you end up in space or you sing a song or you run or you have a child that win a gold medal in whatever, we own you. Just don't go shoot up no train station or not like that, because then we're gonna find out which ghetto you come from to say it's the scourge of what it is. So that's the reality. So the answers to those questions is no. You can't sit at the table, because if you sit at the table, you'll be at the head of the table.
Well,
yeah, and we will have to fire everybody who is educated, because even Huey knows you're not just gonna just give any big nose person a doctorate. It has to mean something.
Not in Jamaica.
Not anyway, let me stop. I'm done. That's the exercising my freedom of expression.
Let's make a quick one, and it's this. They'll tell you that, including the minister, the junior minister, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, said, yes, I recognize that they have the right to protest. But then they want to tell us what we should protest about. Now, I'm looking at the definition of a protest, and it says to express disagreement with, disapproval of, or opposition to something by complaining strongly about it. So we get up and we are expressing disagreement, we're expressing disapproval, we are opposing something, and we're complaining strongly. And they said, that's unacceptable. But that's, by definition, that's the nature of a protest. You don't protest for something that's good. That's not called a protest. That's something else. That's called an accolade. That's where you get that's where they give you a degree. As Isaac just said, you get a degree for if they think you're doing something out of the ordinary. But I don't understand that they would say that, yeah, you have the right to protest. And by nature, protest means you're going to disagree, right? You're gonna strongly oppose something. But we don't want, you can protest, but we don't want to hear what you have to say. Well, isn't it strange that when the American government in January of this year said to the Jamaican government, we are going to enhance our travel advisory and put it out to the world that be careful if you travel to Jamaica because of health conditions. What did Her Excellency Ambassador Marks do? Did anybody remember what she did? She petitioned the diaspora to protest. She said, write them and tell them that we disagree with this enhanced travel advisory business, that it's wrong. So why is it then that she can ask the diaspora to complain, to protest, but when the diaspora now saying that no, we're going to protest against the government, she's like, oh, all of them up in arms. No, you can't protest. This is, and then when you said, but it's a democracy, we have a right. Well, yeah, you can protest, but we don't like what you're saying. I said, that's the whole nature of a protest. You're not going to like what I'm saying. That's why I'm protesting. So these people, they have it all wrong. They're on the wrong side of history. Sometimes I stop to think if these people are lunatics, because the objective nature of these issues just absent, just not there. I mean, you show them facts and they turn away and say, no, it's fiction. So I've had enough with them in the sense that I don't think that they will ever ask us to come to the table. They say all these, they use this flowery language to say, yeah, we all want them to come. But truly, I don't think they want us, because this diaspora is not my mother's diaspora. It's not the diaspora where you could have just said something the government said. I'm saying, oh yeah, the government said it and it must be true. No, this diaspora is asking who, what, where, when, why, how. And that is frightening to power. When you challenge power with those questions, they're very simple questions, but they're tough to answer. And in some instances, there are no good answers. And you can't pivot from us because we not go your way. We not go your way. Right? That's what they're thinking. Them not go your way, so them not bright. Well, them have something else coming to them. We're bright enough to take with the name. And we're bright enough to we're going to take on a logo. And so we're going to see what we're going to do. And we have strategy and I think, what else can we take?
No, but you see this gang business, the gang affiliation of the diaspora people who protested yesterday. It has to stop. So I think there should be a call to action in Jamaica to make sure say if you come into the country, they just need to call a state of emergency and lock it up. Well, you guys are gangs. You just take away the logos like that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Here's what I do agree with though. I think they're gonna have to come at the table with you. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I think further to that, and then so one thing is like just from dirty 30 to dirty 350 and onwards. We can't keep up. But there has to be a conversation, and here's why there has to be a conversation. From yesterday, it's official that the diaspora has a voice. And if they don't stop the bleeding soon, if they really allow Herb to organize and get on with his protest, it has already gone past embarrassing. I mean, if you go into the social media space, where the Rattigans exist, where the Mystic Sensation exists, where the Wayne Lonesome, Jeffrey Tavares, Andre, what you guys have done, if you go into that space, you have the not so techie people anymore, and it's so ironic because they were the social media powerhouse in terms of disseminating information, even if it's misinformation. I don't know what had happened where you and their information guru went into a spat and he put out misinformation against you, and then there was a court case, and then all of a sudden they don't want him to be doing their PR anymore in-house, and with this the information minister is silent, respectfully. This kind of pressure that you guys have put on them, the only way to resolve it is to sit at the table. And it's embarrassing for government because it's never good when government is not leading the discussion, but has to yield to a powerful force. I'm just putting it out there. It's a force. Rattigan, you can use your midnight voice and say, Luke, I am your father. You can't do it by habit, so but you can do it now.
Yes, indeed. Listen, Doc. Doc, I have two questions. Pick one. The first one is, hold on 1 second. The first one is, what is your opinion? Similar question to the one I posed to Isaac. Your opinion about the protest yesterday, or you can answer this one. A friend of mine, she has a pituitary adenoma, which oversecretes prolactin, making her body thinks she's pregnant. Then she was recently diagnosed with sleep apnea. So she's not sleeping well or enough, hence her body is not properly healing during sleep, and she's in her late 50s, overweight. How can she naturally lose some belly fat or lose some weight?
Well, I think I'll go with the second one. As I said, that's an example of a multiplicity of problems. So the pituitary gland not secreting enough enzyme, and that particular enzyme. What's the name of it again? It affects sex drive. You just mentioned it a while ago. Soon come to me. The enzyme that you just mentioned that affects her sexuality. Basically, that's another example of a multiplicity of problems. So again, as I said, there are some people who benefit immensely from restoring the body to its default or factory setting. That's another example, because what's happening with her pituitary gland is really testament to the fact that her body has escalated to that point. There would have been a number, and there maybe a number of other underlying issues, maybe some that she's comfortable with that she wouldn't even have mentioned. I would say to her that she's one of those persons that would definitely benefit from going through that protocol of detoxifying her body. Because as I said, that the body just knows blockages and imbalances. None of these names really make sense within the body. So if I spoke to her, maybe I have a better understanding of how it is impacting her just from that discussion, I would be better able to guide her in terms of maybe what type of detox she needs. Because as I said, there are different types of detoxification, and it's not just a one cap fit all approach. There are sometimes a better place to start from than just to go and just detox. So I'd have to talk to her more to know more about it. But from what she's saying, in all of those issues, underlying issues, definitely a part of that would have been toxins. Definitely.
She's listening, so I'll forward the numbers, and she's in Jamaica, so she can make arrangements to see you. Corinne Swaby said, "Don't go to them." Basically, she said, "Don't go to them table, Mr. Rattigan. They will think they can silence you because they know they can't buy you up because you already have the money." Well, I've made it a common practice whenever I go to these official meetings. I really don't eat, because I went to an official meeting. I won't name the country, but it was a high stakes meeting, and I noticed that they served food, and only the delegation I was a part of, only we ate. They didn't eat, and all of us were sick. All of us, every single one of us got sick. So since then, whenever I go to something like this, I make sure I eat out the street. I don't go there and eat. Mr. Prezi, talk to us, and then I'll jump to her.
Yes. So is absolutely right. And Doc, I know you pivot away from the political question, but that's fine. I get it. Stay in your lane. But as it relates to this whole movement, I just want to make it absolutely clear that this is a non-partisan movement, because majority of the people keep harping on this point. And in fact, there were many reports saying, and Mystic would know this too, that they were saying that Mark Golan came to America to, rally up the troops, and this was all the PNP is doing. And whether or not people may have a political alignment, I just want to say that this organic group of people from the diaspora who actually own the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, this group of people is non-political. Whatever we're doing, cross every line. Because if it was another administration who was corrupt, if it was another administration that was spending the people's money in these reckless way and not delivering on the services, it was any other administration, whether PNP or JLP, the voice would still be the same thing. Because at the end of the day, we know politicians are corrupt, and they do the same thing. That is why it's important that we focus on what truly matters, accountability. And I'm a part of this group because I believe in accountability. I have no party affiliation or political alignment. All I'm interested in is, where does Jamaica stand on the global platform? Where are we as it relates to the corruption index? Where are we as it relates to crime and the safety of returning residents? I want to retire in Jamaica. I want to cut my 10. I want to be able to go to Jamaica and move around freely and safely. And the only way you can do that is holding the people accountable that we put in position to deal with the issue of crime, the issue of security, and the issue of infrastructure. Right? You know my goal and my belief system. And I want to say this, that I believe it for too long. In 2024, a lot of Jamaicans can't feel the sense of security or the sense of peace and a good quality of life, because every Jamaican should be able to turn on a tap and clean water come out of it. Every Jamaican is supposed to be able to flip a switch and light is the reliable electricity. Every Jamaican should be able to open their device and get reliable internet connection. And I don't know why that's not happening, because those things are achievable. Those things are easily achievable with the amount of sunshine, with the amount of water. We can get hydroelectricity. We can get great water systems, because I mean, it's a land of wood and water. So why aren't we experiencing that? For me, it's incompetence. It's a deliberate and intentional approach that the government is taking, or lack thereof, as Mystic said earlier, because at the end of the day, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen watching this and who will see this in the future, if we don't fight for these basic infrastructure so that the quality of life of people may improve, and whatever achievement the government is doing in their drip, drip, drip and incremental stage, it's not being delivered fast enough. And there are so many things that we can do. And we have suggested so many different policy positions, from the way to solve crimes by using drones to fight crimes. You can use drone in armored vehicle and go into areas and survey those areas hours ahead before the police go in. You can use these portable fingerprint readers instead of scooping up people off the corners in ghetto and bring them down to station to process them. You can process them on the spot and reduce frustration in the community, where people start fighting and harping against police officers, which is the first line they see when it comes on to government. There are so many policy positions that we have championed, what we have suggested, that we have proposed, and they look at us as if like, we don't want to hear from you. Send your remittance. My brother, everybody out there listening, this has to stop. And that's what I'm saying. This is important, that we stand up and that we let our voices be heard. Because let me tell you this, we're going to be a thorn in their flesh. If they think they're going to just get away with what they've been getting away with, whatever the part is, they will still hear our voice, because we in the diaspora are tired of it. We want the people in Jamaica to have a good quality of life, and we want to experience our native land in the way that we want it to be: safe, secure, and future forward. And unless and until the government start changing, we will be that thorn in their flesh.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir. Well done, well said, and well meant. Mr. Herb, see you turn on back your light. Are you in the light again?
Cruising on down I-95, about to leave the turnpike. But I like the conversation, and I like to keep things moving along. Now, yesterday my job was to speak to the intelligence and SSL portions. Folks, let's talk a little bit about what's happening around the Caribbean, and especially in Jamaica. Jamaica is no longer the leading murderous state that it has been in the Caribbean. The #1 spot was taken over by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They had 58 murders, and they have a population of something like 120,000 people. So automatically, it's over 50 per 100,000. The second place was St. Kitts and Nevis with about 55 murders, population of about 110,000. So Jamaica is still very prominent in third place. Its population is 3 million, and we have roughly 1,400 murders so far. This point was raised in a conversation yesterday afternoon, or I should say yesterday evening, by Nationwide Radio interviewing Dr. Francis. Now, when they jump on statistics coming from the JCF, people need to understand that those numbers are not set in stone. Those numbers are preliminary in nature because they have other categories, which I'll ask Mr. Rattigan to elaborate on, other categories that will boost those numbers over the next 1, 2, or 3, or even 4 years. It's like we know that people are missing. We know that people are thought to have committed suicide, like the man in the house, that they can't find nobody who murdered him, so it must be a suicide. I don't know where to put his category. But the bottom line here is we have strange happenings with statistics. And I believe Dr. Francis quite rightly was not able to enunciate the correct source, simply because it changes. PIOJ will have changed, JCF will have changed, and some other statin or some other bureau going to have changed. Now, with regards to a topic that a lot of people don't like to speak about, why is it that the murders have increased in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Kitts? Eastern Caribbean has been the place where the cartel wants to move into. The cartel is moving into the Eastern Caribbean, and they're bringing in high-powered weapons being trafficked from the US and elsewhere. And I want you folks to imagine when the war in Ukraine is over and those people begin to set off those high-powered weapons, where will those weapons end up? That's a bit of intelligence that has to be monitored. On the other hand, is the cartel in Jamaica? Well, a Jamaican who works for the CBP escorting a cartel member from the United States back across the Mexican border. This was the second time he captured that individual. And the individual said to him, Mr. So-and-so, you are Jamaican, aren't you? And he said, yes. And he says, well, I have some bad news for you, because the cartel has been buying up property in Montego Bay. Who is the MP for Montego Bay? I believe Lonesome refers to him as Dr. Crab, aka Minister of National Security, Dr. Chang. And the other place they've been buying up property is in Ocho Rios. Now, if you want to be naive, just sit back and say, I don't believe that. But if you want to be aggressive, you want to help out the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, investigate, like, look at all the sales of properties and home over the last 3 years. and see who it was sold to. Because if they've been buying up those two areas, that's the first concrete lead we have that the cartel has infiltrated Jamaica. And that would answer possibly why we have so many high-rise buildings being constructed. Money is being washed across the land. So I'm not investigating the cartels as one of our members was concerned about. I'm just saying, if it's happening, people need to know. And people need to have awareness that if the island is overrun by MS-13 or any other high-powered gang who choose to come in and partner with our local gang and empower them with weapons and money, then it's going to happen. And you could have another breakout of warfare between gang members. It's a recipe for conflict. So that's my little tidbit for the night. And hopefully, Mr. Rattigan, you can explain murders, because obviously those two scientists that interviewed Dr. Francis yesterday are of the opinion that there are something miraculous about statistics, and that Dr. Francis could not articulate what caused the murders to spike. So I'll hand it back over to you.
You know,
Yeah,
I was with Dr. Francis. I was with Dr. Francis when he was doing the interview. And of course, as any intelligent analyst know, you don't divulge your sources and methods. And I can tell you this as a former JCF members, that we have access to information and we know how some information is handled. And when those information are handled in a particular way, certain things you cannot say, but we still have our connections, we still have our contacts, we have people in high level who look at data that is not publicly available. And of course, again, sources and methods and all the other intelligence agencies that we pull information from is critical. But talking about nationwide and that horrific and terrible, unethical, non-journalistic thing that they did, I heard Dr. Francis talking to them, the producer, before the show. And the producer for the show said, yes, I'm going to email you the list of questions that we want to ask you, want to talk primarily about the protest. And only to find out that they snuck in an opposing Mr. Nelson, Dr. Nelson, on the program without first disclosing that they would bring him on the program. And secondly, they never sent the question. And it just goes to show you how tainted these media houses are. You know, first they're saying it's 80 people, and when they start seeing the numbers, they start changing all these numbers and doing a one-sided interview nationwide. You know, I'm embarrassed that the board of directors of Nationwide would allow this kind of unethical journalism to permeate in their well-esteemed organization. And I'm very saddened that journalism have gone so political that you would put an interview on your own page that only focuses on one side, 8 or 9 people on one side, when you have over 300 people. You could have simply crossed the street. You could have simply walked over to those people and asked them 1 or 2 questions, but yet still you talk to 3 people out of 9, and then you left 300 people. It goes to show you that a lot is happening. When you're talking about people who are politically motivated, look at what Nationwide did yesterday, and you will see politics. Look at what that very same individual Mr. Nelson said, because one journalist called me today and said, Mr. President, I asked Mr. Nelson, are you in direct conversation with the Jamaica government about what you're doing? And he said, and he admitted to it. He said, yes, he's in direct communication with the government. So we know that he's bought and paid for by this administration just to really ruffle feather and just to throw a monkey wrench in what we're doing. But no detractors, no one can really move us away from our resolute focus on ridding corruption and holding these people accountable. And for too long, they have gotten away with it, but this is a new season. We're a new generation of patriots, a new generation from the diaspora that will not put up with crap anymore. We're sick and tired of it. Call us whatever you want, political, call us aggressive, even thugs, they've called us. But let me tell you this, one thing that the true patriots know, they know truth when they see it. And that is why they brave the rain. That is why they spent their money and travel from near and far. And that is why all these people are sharing those videos, because they want this message to get out so that the real people who are hearing just one side of the story will now start seeing the truth. And once that truth rises, it's unstoppable. This is like a runaway train. You will never be able to stop it by putting false narrative on your websites, by just coming with one-sided story, and by refusing to publish our press releases. You can't stop this train, because this train is unstoppable, and we're coming to bring a voice for the voiceless.
Thank you, sir. And this train has left the station. So, and it does not reverse gear. I'm constantly reminded that when you go to court, best case you can have is one where the law is on your side. And if the law is not on your side, then you try and twist the facts to make it fit, to make them fit the law. And if you don't have the law and if you don't have the facts, then you attack the person. And that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing personal attacks. They're not talking about the issues we've raised. They haven't said, you know what, all of you guys, this idea that the Prime Minister's statutory declaration for 2021 and 2022, those declarations have not been verified. That's a lie. We're not hearing that. What we're hearing is that, oh, you guys are misinforming the public. Well, tell us exactly what we're misinforming the public about. Tell us, so that if we're wrong, then we can do a course correction. But they cannot, because all of this information we've provided and we continue to provide, they've been checked, they've been vetted, and they're factual. So they can't deal with the facts. So then they just turn and say, oh, I'm a PNP. What does that do? It doesn't answer the question. It doesn't. I didn't put something outside here saying I'm a PNP or I'm not a PNP. I said the Prime Minister, his statutory declarations have not been verified. So you must come and tell me now that I'm wrong. But they can't talk to you about the facts. So that what they do is they do the personal attacks. But you see, I tell them, look, the personal attacks, they don't bother me one bit. What you must do is you must answer the question, and then we can have dialogue. And by the way, that same gentleman there, what's his name? Nelson, Mr. Nelson, Clovis Nelson. I heard that he's reaching out and he would like to have a debate with me. Well, to paraphrase some an African proverb, it says, a lion doesn't really care when a little puppy dog is or a rat is behind him, because can't fill him stomach and not worth the effort. So, Mr. Clovis, if you're listening, I have no interest in debating with you because you're useless. You can't make decisions to help the people of Jamaica. I want to talk to the politicians, the people with the power and the influence. You're nobody. You don't have any influence. You don't have any power. I would like to talk to the politicians who can make a decision concerning water, to make sure that the communities they're properly resourced with water. I would like to talk to the politicians who are making decisions about health, education, national security, housing. Those are the people I would like to debate and talk to. Talking to you is I'm coming down. I'm at the penthouse and you're in the basement, and I have to come all the way down to talk to you. It's a waste of time. Because at the end of the day, when you and I discuss whatever you and I discuss, the poor people are still gonna be poor. They're still gonna be poor. They might say Rattigan has a good argument or Clovis has a good argument, but poor people are gonna be poor. So, my brother, if you're looking for somebody to pick a fight with or to have an argument, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm not that guy. Right? I want to talk to the prime minister. I want to talk to all the various ministers and say, what are you guys doing to fulfill your promises? Tell us. And I want to stick on them like white on rice to get them to do something to help the poor people. If I debate you, there's nothing you can do. You can't do anything for yourself. Look, I saw you standing in the rain on the other side with the 8, 9 people looking like idiots. First of all, they tried to come inside our pen and they had to move you to the other side. So I have no, some people are wise and some people are otherwise. I consider Mr. Clovis Nelson otherwise in the story. Mystic, we haven't heard from you in a while.
As it relates to our mission, we just want to tell all of our hardened listeners, right, to continue to follow us, right? Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, right? Would like to see a lot more people, right, donate to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because this is a mechanism that we're going to use to hold government accountable. So of course, need to be supported. So in order that we can, do the checks and balance that needs to be done, right? And overall, right, we love the energy, what we are getting, right? And it's a wonderful feeling that at least we are galvanizing, we are organizing, right, to meet our objective, and we are on that mission, right? I yield back to you, Ratty.
All right. Miss Mystic.
I'm going to say a new day has dawned. Time come.
Time come.
Well, I'll put that over to the former. The former was the head of civil rights for the Time Come party. Give us some words, sir.
I'm not wearing those. I'm not wearing those words. So I know it's not me. You're not throwing words at me. You think I'm that Floxy man that you just disrespect a while ago? You think I'm Floxy? No, I mean, I'm just gonna say. I personally, I'm just gonna say in closing that the work that you guys do in the diaspora is invaluable. Our sons and daughters, they might not know it now, but they will remember the shift in the narrative, the changing of the tide. And it will go down in history as a significant intervention. And in the past, the diaspora was and I'll borrow from the words of the security minister, shut up and just send the money. Paraphrasing. That is no more. And full participation, if it is that we do strive to get to Singapore. Ironically, Singapore used us as the model to get where they are. If we now want to get back there, the work that you guys are doing is valuable. And the discussions sitting at the table, I don't even think it's a table anymore. It's an arena with both sides and different propagandas and different insignificant people trying to deter something that is important. And just keep doing what you're doing, because the students are listening. They're from Sunday to Sunday, they are listening to all of you on the platforms. They no longer take their news from state media. They know when it's skewed. They know when people report at 8 a.m. when there are 10 people, and knowing that if they report when it's a 350, it will look too big, because it is big. And we know the tricks and the trades now, so we check everywhere, and we have become critical thinkers together as we learn from each other, and we bring it all together. the addition of Dr. Ben is so important, because I have to be hiding and eating my KFC now. I feel guilty in terms of protecting. We need our health, and to especially when we're going, what we are up against and what we are fighting is important that we take a holistic approach. Mind, body, spirit, soul. And we just need to continue the fight. And I know that, this will be a whole different conversation. If they don't get to the table, Ratty, between now and December, you can always talk to Mark. He's a man of reason. He's very rational, and he has never excluded the diaspora, especially in his vision for Jamaica. So if they do or if they don't, we march along regardless.
Family, subscribe and share the live stream, please. Subscribe and share the live stream. Caller, welcome to Reason, Mr. Rattigan.
Good night, gentlemen. Good night, Mr. Nelson. Not Clovis, please. Not that non-entity. I want to say good night to Herbert Nelson Jr., one of Jamaica's finest son of the soil, who continue to fight for the poor class of Jamaican. Dr. Ben, Mystic Sensation and Mrs. Mystic Sensation. And I want to say good night to my good friend who loves to eat KFC. One of these days I'll come to Jamaica, but I can't eat the KFC because my wife will crick my neck. I want to say good evening to President and hail the man from Waterhouse. Yesterday when I was out there, good night to all the listeners and subscribers of the Raising Rattigan program. Family, love you all. Yesterday when I was out there and I was doing the live stream, I know we go in and out sometimes, but when I saw Rattigan went up on the speaker box, it reminds me of a Nelson Mandela. It reminds me of a Martin Luther King Jr. It reminds me of a Michael Manley. And I dare to go further. It reminds me of a Malcolm X. And when I see that, I say to myself, there is hope for Jamaica.
Jeffrey. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Jamaica, Mr. Rattigan. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Yeah, as you listen to the program, man, boy, a wonderful thing going on in Jamaica, man. Wonderful for Jamaican people, because the people really understand what's going on. You understand?
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I want to enlighten us, the whole heap of things and things,
Right,
Give thanks what we short all the while and things,
All right.
Yeah, man, bless you.
All right. Thanks for the call. Take care.
Yeah.
Caller, welcome. Oh, no. Jeffrey, call back. Okay, here it is. Is this Mr. Vumvavav, Mr. Vumvavi?
Yes, Mr. Vumvavi is back.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yes, but when I saw that yesterday, I said to myself, there's hope for our country. And it reminds me of our former leaders, former civil rights leaders who fought for the freedom of Black people. I saw a Jamaican son standing up for our people. I didn't see a member of the People's National Party or a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. I see Jamaicans standing in pouring rain, seeking for the change that we so need in our country. And I say, hail the man. I say, hail to the people who came out there, the 300 and odd people who came out there, who came in the pouring rain, in the cold, and stand up with our Jamaican flag flying high. We are brand Jamaica. We are holding up brand Jamaica. We're not tearing down brand Jamaica. And tonight, I sit in my house and I say to myself, we can make the change. We can make the difference. And we will not give up. No Clovis Nelson, no other people will stop us from speaking out for the poor and for our nurses and our doctors, our teachers, and all those who need to hear the voice of people crying out. We will cry out for you. We will stand up for you. And I say one thing to the CG of New York. You may turn your back on us, but we will never turn our back on the Jamaican people. You may ignore us, but we will never ignore the Jamaican people. You believe that you believe that you have insulted us? No, madam. You have never insulted us. You insult yourself. You turn your back on yourself. You turn your back on the duty that you're put there to do. You're put there to serve the people of Jamaica. And don't bother think that we are going to give up. And for those naysayers out there who continue to brag us as thugs and this, you don't say anything yet. I am giving you a warning. A new day is dawning. You better get prepared. The call to action crew is coming.
Come by people, $20 in the super chat to get you off.
We love you. And thank you for coming out. Mr. Rattigan, have a good night, sir.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason, Ms. Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm New York.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I just want to say I wasn't able to make it to the demonstration, but I was there with you in spirit because I watched the whole thing live.
Thank you.
And I just want to commend everybody from the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund and their supporters because you comported yourself with dignity and you didn't take the bait that was laid out there. You set your case clearly. It was not about partisan politics, which is what is really killing Jamaica. You stated the facts. You were there to demonstrate the level of corruption in Jamaica. And I think your message would have been the same, whether it was a PNP, the JDP, or whatever P. So well done. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. You know, I tell you what. Me just love my Jamaican people. Whenever we see a gathering, especially overseas, me just love my Jamaican people. And here's what happened. Caller, hold on 1 second, please. What happened was that me catch a vibe, you know, because you see me get up in the morning and me say my prayer. And I'll never forget it. Me a pray that in the room there, and Jeffrey there at the other room, other side of the room, I pray. Right? And we are praying for strength, we are praying for guidance, we are praying for protection. We are praying that no matter what the weather forecast, that we are people are going to show up in numbers and stand up for the people of Jamaica, or stand up for Jamaicans, those living abroad and those living at home. And when I go out there and Dr. Francis make him speech and him hand me the mic, I feel just, you know, a sense, a feeling just overcame me. Just an overpowering feeling like, yes, this is where I'm supposed to be. No other place here is where I'm supposed to be. And then President said, see, the second go around now, him said, no, you need to come give another speech, but this time you're going to stand up on the speaker. President, tell them, because you see it, me never see it, and you are telling me. Tell them what you see happen from the first speech to the second speech.
Yeah, just, you know, it was one of those moments where, you know, the spirit of the people and the passion of the people converge into like this powerful, euphoric feeling. Because after watching how these people was rejected, or they were rejected by the Council General, watching how they stood firm, irrespective of that, watching to see how the other people were trying to invade the pen, try to sow discord and come closer just to, you know, create confusion so that the officers would disperse the crowd, watching the rain and the cold weather and just seeing everything, but yet still the people was resolute. They took the ponchos, they have some umbrellas, and they were trying every means, but they weren't deterred. They weren't moving. And when we called for you, and as I believe with 100% of all the fiber of my being, put it that way, that you are made for such a time as this, and privately and publicly, we believe in the preordained role that you have been designated and set apart to play for such a time as this. And, you know, being in a position of leadership and leading organizations for many, many years, and many, many, you know, hundreds of people and staff that I've led for the years, I know what I see in you, and I'm willing to serve and work for the benefit of the people. And in that moment, when we call for you to come and give the people at the apex or at the climax of the event, you know, at that point, we realized that, yes, you were hitting all the points, but I don't think the people were feeling you because they couldn't see you. Because, and a lot of people in the back, they were hearing, but they couldn't see who was talking. So they couldn't find that energy. And it was just at that moment we had the speakers on the table, and we'd say, you know what, let's take the speaker off. And then the speaker was right there. And it was like in that moment that the Spirit said, get the man on the speaker. And in that moment, it transformed everything, because once the people was able to see you, it was like all that energy that was building up, turned into an amazing, maybe I could say oratorial ecstasy, but I leave all the pun and all those jargons so I sat our learned friend. But I will tell you, in that moment, I think it became real. I think it sealed the deal when the people were able to see and hear you collectively, and all that love and adoration was poured into one direction, and people was able to put that voice with that image of you up there. I'm telling you, it's going to be a memory that's ingrained in my mind, that image ingrained in my memory eternally. And those pictures will definitely aid generations to come. Like, this was a moment that the diaspora took control. This was a moment that they realized that we were serious. This was a moment that our belief and our faith in this organization was solidified. And I want to commend you for embracing the moment. And as you say in the FBI, lean into the wind and dominate, Ratty. Well done, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Carlo, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Rattigan, good night. I am in Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome. Go ahead, please.
I am watching your show. I'm sorry I didn't get to come in earlier. I was, of course, other side. But I appreciate what you and your people are doing. And let me say, you know, all the panelists and Herb and the other people. Sorry. What I'd like to say, I'm so fed up with how Jamaicans allow themselves to be so brainwashed. We're in a period now where people have access to information. It's not like long time we just hear something on RJR and JBC and you can't refute certain things. Knowledge is at our fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been watching everything because I am a stickler for information. And I was watching the demonstration yesterday, and those few people who were across the road demonstrating. And it bothers me to think that if they're going to demonstrate, everybody have their right to demonstrate. You're a DRP or whatever, but at least the facts are out there. Dissect the facts and decide in your mind whether it's right or what is wrong. Don't just take what one side is saying, because the information is out there about the corruption, the bad health care, and all the different things. So why they don't listen? They only listen to what their side is saying. We have to see about the information, and then we pick out what is right from what is wrong, because the country is run by state.
Right.
But there are some people who will just, they're so ignorant of the facts that they refuse to read. Because, I mean, we watch the parliament, we watch what's going on. If you like your party, no problem, but at least read to understand what is going on.
Agreed.
And all that Benton is just throwing dirt in people's face. You are taking up the cause for Jamaica. You don't have to, you know, because you left this Jamaica a long time ago, and there are many who have not done anything for the country. But because you have a heart for the people. So I don't appreciate the fact how they're trying to malign you. And they're saying all different kinds of things about you. Listen and learn. And that's what we need to do. And we are not doing it. And that's what I need to say we can. And even yesterday, some of the speakers, I wasn't too happy with them because they're talking some things that weren't focused on, you know, what was your message. I'm just saying that I think you should monitor some of the people before you give them the mic.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because some of those who spoke yesterday, they're just talking idly, but they weren't zeroing in on the message that you were trying to bring. There were more people there who wanted to hear more things, go more in detail about the things that you're campaigning against. You know, the corruption, and if we talk about how much money is missing, how much billion this, and you know, those things need to be highlighted when you're having a demonstration.
Okay.
So I would just say that
all right.
vet the people that you before you give them the mic.
All right.
Because some of them never make much sense.
All right. Thanks so much.
And tell Isaac, I really appreciate him. I mean,
I'll tell him.
I don't really know much about him. I just since all of this are gone, and I really appreciate him.
He's looking and he's blushing.
Eh?
He's looking and he's blushing. He's looking, listening, and blushing. All right.
Yeah,
But let me run,
young man.
but let me run and grab this other call because we soon have to go sign off now. All right.
That's all right. That's
All right. Take care of yourself. All right.
All right.
Bye. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? I beg your pardon?
Georgia.
Yes, sir. I don't mean to rush you, but we're pressed for time now. So- Hello?
Yes, my brother.
Yeah. Turn on your. What are you listening to? Radio, tablet. What?
Yeah, we turn it down.
Okay, yeah. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Talk to it quick.
Yeah, I want to big up all the people on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
All right. First thing, all right. I want to celebrate what you and everyone is doing to make this great change. We all need a better Jamaica. And the problem with these narrow-minded people, especially the 8 people that was across the street, that just show you that people still don't have the moral standard to see that we are fighting for a better Jamaica. It's time we stand up and take a stand and make this change. And it takes a village to raise a child.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys are the village that is raising that child, that better Jamaica, that taking a stand for a better Jamaica. And we need more people like you, and Herb, and Mystic Sensation, King and Queen, Blessed Mother's Day Empress.
Yeah.
And Thursday, big up for every move that you are making. Isaac, Wayne Lonesome, it's a great thing that you, and I would love you guys to have a march in Atlanta, Georgia too.
Well, call us back and let's talk, huh?
It can happen, man. I always talk to Mystic Sensation, him know I work out to a Kirk at all.
Kirk, open your mind. Me not run you. What? Me have to take another call because we are shut down.
Yes,
Thank you
man.
so much for the call.
Yes,
yeah?
man.
All right, bless up. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Florida, Rocky. Florida.
Yeah. All right, Florida.
Well, I'll just say one thing and say it very short. Tell them say you're Guinean weed, heart we dead.
Seems
So the
so.
more fire you burn, the faster you catch. Good night. Bless
Thank you,
up.
sir. Thank you. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? 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 You know what interesting? Oh, I forgot why I don't know. What's interesting, is that they describe us as, I remember they describe us like a fringe element, a small group, separatists. Hold on a second. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you
Good
calling
night.
from?
Oh, good night. I'm calling from New York, but I'm still in New York from my visit. I just want to know, when is DC?
Well, Herb Nelson gave I think he said it's the 14th. It's a Saturday. Herb, am I correct? Herb?
It's the 15th of June. We'll have the Caribbean American month legislative week that week. And at the end of legislative week, which is on the 14th, the very next day will be the march.
All right.
But we will inform the Congress and our members what it is we are complaining about and what we need them to take a look at in the Caribbean and especially in Jamaica.
All right. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Good night. I'm calling from homeland, Jamaica.
Yes, indeed.
Good night to everybody. Mr. Rattigan, special good night. This is Miss P.
Miss P, how are you doing?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I am great in every way. You have made me and my son happy. First of all, I must say thanks to you and the whole panel. Mr. President, to the club, Doctor, never give a person. Mr. Rattigan, time not there. Vegas put out one article in a day, in a name, we call it a tweet. Now, after you look for it, and read it, and fix him properly. Remember, him have piece of, in say, he have one house near to Juliet, 800 million house. I want you looking at that and fix him properly. Him being disrespectful to you and to Wallaway because you know stand up to Jamaica and him being disrespectful, talking words where him not to talk. Me not so bright, me not guy you but he want them way my talk and to Mark Golding we never near my yard, not beg him nothing. So me I beg you know to fix Vegas for him. Instead broke it down. Well, we are going to block him down and down forever. And going forward, you gentlemen, you have taken precious time when you could have stayed with your family and do what you do and fight to week with great grand fitness. And for those who come out and are disrespectful, freedom of speech, talk where you want to talk, but talk first and attack people. And good people with integrity and character with them not have. You a married man, all of you players a married man, who no married it of the woman. Female calling at the other way around. And we not bash them, but we not support them. Them in our cloud. And for you as our Malcolm X, stand up and fight for it without fear. And for him, Vegas come at disrespect. Sir, it hurt me to the core. Because I sit down here right now. I call on your program. And now it's me. I not have to buy no food. I'm going salting till December. And whatever me get, me not keep it myself, me share it. So me not want nobody tear it down. And me say, me couldn't go to America, me not have a visa. But me did it, we don't know. In our spirit, and me watch it virtually for the line. And I want to say to you guys, thanks. And my prayers is with you. That's all me can do right now. But me want me Gandhi to tell me, oh, me can't get me Gandhi. Me can't buy a Gandhi. I need a Gandhi. I need every Gandhi for every every different place. That means they have them to put up, wear them, and put them up for sure.
Yeah,
So
we'll
big
get
up
them,
on
man.
yourself.
No, hold on, before you go, you know, you have to big up Brown
Yeah.
Dog, you know, from the Bronx, you know, because Brown Dog make all of them things the possible too. You know what I say? You don't have to call no other
Brown
name.
Dog.
Yeah.
Hello, Brown Dog. Kevin, where you there? Everybody big up. No, because they know with nothing, you know. Because you guys set the thing, you know. And with enough out there, you know. Me share our day, me get to use big phone, you know. So me know if you share now, so me need to share and to dash out. And people are calling me and I say, watch your program, and them call me. So me I say, you know, I do a good job. And for the bottom of my heart, I respect you know, and I thank you know, not only for we, but for the future of our country. Please, may I beg you, fix Vegas. If you don't fix nobody else, I try to make Mr. Morgan cool little then. But fix Vegas and fix him proper. You have done him nothing, he don't know nothing about you. He don't know nothing about you, and he come and disrespect you because him and Juliet are lying to find out how he get team out and find out if you right amount of room there that way if you do. Because if one mistake, you know, and down this slope we are fixing. Right? As you guys say, talk, share your opinion. Me, you know, most of the same thing, but we can't disagree to agree, but keep it respectful. And when me hear them, the little, me not even what to call him, I forgot beg me alone, so give me some name for them. Come on, them blue tongue whale, sperm whale, come on. I disrespect man like you. It hurt me to the core. Right? So if me not beg you nothing again, and if me dead gone, me dope you listen to your fix Vegas. Fix him proper. And take him, make an example out of him. Do what him say. Talk your opinion. Support what you want to support. Freedom of speech. But don't come to me because me and you know we reside the same shoes.
All right, Miss
Look at you at your age. You're over 60. I stand to what you say. Vegas the richest one in whole Massachusetts. Right? Tell him to leave you alone. Look at your charming and young and look fresh and happy. Look at him more tired and tough and barky. Tell him to leave you alone. Leave you alone. Look at Isaac, baby. Just want breast milk. Whoa. Look at Isaac, baby. I want to them. Tell them to leave him and them. Let you know. We not see we. Now we brother, we uncle, we everything. So big up on yourself. Somebody so and call. I never call you. Me call you.
All right, Miss B. Take care of yourself.
Me shit. I'm Marie. Me see you now. Big up yourself. Isaac, baby. No more KFC. Cut down for the KFC. Isaac. Later.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, Miss B.
But, you know, I was just saying that them call us a fringe element and that we're a small group and I want to stop. Call a good night. Welcome to Regions Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Chicago.
Yes, talk to us, sir.
I'm here to big up Mr. President.
Yeah,
big
man.
up Mr. President, man. Ratty, you
Yes.
cannot give Vegas no relevance.
All right.
Don't give him no relevance, man. Him like that. Don't give him none. Ignore him.
Just leave him alone, right?
Leave him alone, man. Don't give him no relevance.
All right, sir.
Mr. President, big up.
All right. Look.
All right, thanks, Ratty.
All right, no problem.
All right, blessings.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna have the phone because otherwise we're not believe what's that. But you know, the thing about it is that them said again with small group and all that stuff. And them claims that them represent the wider diaspora. And if you walked out there yesterday and I ask you, show me the group without any signs from a distance, I'm gonna just show you the two groups. I'm gonna say, which one of the groups you think I represent the wider diaspora? I am supremely confident that they would say our group, I represent the wider diaspora, because we are fringe element, we get 350 people out there. And for them represent the wider diaspora and them get mostly 10 or 9 or whatever them get, that small number over there. And it was so demeaning to cause the police just push them across the street. Police them say, no, move from here and go away. When you go over there, so go stand up. And so now them couldn't get to stay now, which part we there for cause the problems. Them get isolated. And now when you look over there, them put them in a pen. We can hold like what, 300 people or whatever it can hold. And I just 9 of them over there. So we know now who represent the real diaspora, and that is our group, not Funo group. And we're going to show now again when we get to DC, and when we get to Toronto, and when we get to the UK, and when we get to Miami, we're going to see it again. Now, we have to shut it down now. So let's go around the horn, yeah? And I said, look, people, we have to big up ISAT, you know, because every week we promise him, you know, we say ISAT, no, and you have to finish early, you know. And sometimes we feel bad, but his presence is warranted. We need ISAT right here, so we need him. We don't want him, we need him. But all joking aside, ISAT about whole heap of work I do. On the personal side and on the professional side, I have a lot of things I do. So we really have to big him up to take the time out and come and spend the many hours required to sit on a program like this, because and him know we don't do 2-hour program like 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour, 6 hour, 7 hour. No, we do 8, 9 hour programs. So, but thank God it's just once a week. So, because I'm sure if it was twice a week, we wouldn't see you again. So I start big up yourself here. So, Herb, you're driving. So why don't you go first? Because I want you to concentrate on the road. Are you stop at rest station? Herb T. Herb T gone.
No, I'm there.
All right, sir.
Listen, it has been an enlightening weekend, right? And we have now turned the spotlight directly onto the PM and his cohorts. All his cohorts, whether they be here in New York, Miami, or in London, or in Toronto. Whatever it is that they're doing in the people's name, it's not working for the people. We know this. And the more we identify what's wrong and develop a team of their own that can counteract our activities and our actions. We cannot allow that to happen. We have to keep speaking truth to power. And truth is what will be the people of Jamaica's salvation. You know, I heard the lady come on and a while ago and said there's some people speaking and she could not follow the conversation. But we are the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. We are the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. 2 organizations that exemplify true justice and a new Jamaican way. And when you're a law enforcement background, intelligence background, then you are speaking truth. And people have been told a lot of stuff that's happening. And the level of disillusionment that is occurring concurrently with whatever is going on. Folks, it's up to you, us, to help us investigate, to provide the information public to the foundation, to the Anti-Crime Task Force. We are only going to be as good as you want us to be by allowing us access to information that is being denied to us otherwise. And in doing so, you're going to find that we can be very effective when we meet with the U.S. Congress next month. And the purpose is we want to enhance and change how CBSI is being conducted, Caribbean Basin Security Initiative. We want them to incorporate all the Magnitsky, Global Magnitsky Act, the FARA, everything needs to be incorporated in under that, and take a broader look at those countries that defy the US and misappropriate the funds that are being sent to them, or misappropriate the diaspora funds being sent to them, or just flat out misappropriate the funds that the budget, the people of Jamaica, your hard earned dollars, misappropriated by individuals who could not care less and who want to be honored in a certain way and forget that you have to earn it. It's not going to be given to you on a platter. You have to earn those honors, and you haven't earned anything. So maybe within the next 100 days, you can earn by turning and making the people who are not good for Jamaica, not good for brand Jamaica, turn them loose, kick them loose, do something, but don't sit there like a bump on a log complaining because nobody's listening to you. We appreciate this, Mr. Rattigan, and I appreciate you having a show tonight because we had to come out and explain and defend the team from the attacks that they like to engage in right after the protests. Thank you.
All right. Look, get home safely. All right. Keep your eyes
Thanks.
on the road. And remember, if you feel tired, just pull over and rest up, man. If you,
I
I'll
will.
catch up with you. I'll catch up with you next week, Herb. Thanks.
All right.
Mystic. Give it to me.
The mic here. Okay, yes. Well, I want to state, as it relates to my subjective opinion, right? And I am saying that, subjectively, as it relates to my opinion, that I do believe that this government, I am calling this government a rogue government. It might be that, all persons on the panel might not be in agreement, but I have my reasons as it relates to me identifying this government as a rogue government. Now, when you have a government seems to, pushing against the rails of justice, when you have a government seems to be changing, right, the constitutional norms, right, when you have a government that's set on the verge of, misleading the people, disinformation, misinformation, we have a government that clearly involved in nepotism, cronyism, skullduggery, and other corruption there is, right? We have $1.7 trillion missing from our budget, unaccounted for. And when we have all these things, right, without checks and balance, right, honesty and integrity swipe out of the door, then it is time for us, right, to stand and galvanize and support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. This is the reason why this machinery, right, has been in existence to push back against government corruption, right, to have one voice, right, that stands to resolute, to say we seek good governance, a government with transparency, a government as it relates to checks and balance. And I hear back to you, Ratty.
Thank you. Mrs. Mystic.
Okay.
Parting words.
Thank you. One love, one aim, one destiny for a better Jamaica. And in extension, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there and to all the fathers who are playing that role as well.
Thank you.
Back
Thank
to you,
you.
Mr. Rattigan.
Thank you. Mr. Chicken Man.
You diaspora people are just wicked. We're tired of just embarrassing the government. The government need a little space to breathe. They need a space so corruption can fester and then just put too much pressure. But on another note, I as I said earlier, well done this week. The planning, the execution, the dedication. At least I know that, at least I wasn't joking with you when I tell you, say, the Malcolm X glasses and the hat and the coat. All I need to do is put the picture, the video in black and white, and you're right there with all the freedom fighters. The message, the messaging is important. We do drown out the noise, I think we should start to regulate how less than 12 shouldn't be able to put up the flag and say they're protesting. But people are free to do whatever, but it must be embarrassing to be an anti-protest and you and your friends them anti you. And the least they could have do was have a particular artist who don't have a national honor working hard for it to come out and hold two placards instead of tweeting. But I mean, what can I say? It is what it is.
No, thank you. And you know what? It's funny. They're saying all manner of evil about us. One of the things they said when they start about the crowd size, and then when we debunked that, they came out with a rumor saying that we burnt a Jamaican flag at the protest. That's what they came out with. I don't know if you heard that, but they said that we burnt a Jamaican flag at the protest.
I can tell they try in the rain, right?
In the rain, but
it probably was Mr. President mishandling the jacket of a particular person who had their back turned with expensive bag draped on the person holding the umbrella. But there are cases for that where I guess men can wear handbags even if they're holding it for their bosses who don't pay president no mind in a pre-prayer meeting. But that's another thing. But no, it wasn't no flags. It was somebody's jacket that Prezi. I heard, I wasn't there, but I heard Prezi grab the jacket from the lady and the lady tell the police and him blaze a fire upon them because how dare you ignore me? Hey, my girl, may I chat to you? Prayer meeting and these things. But yeah, outside of, I'm just saying, like Taras King said, context matters. They will say everything. What they can't say is that it was not a success because it was. The message is out there, and who can hear will feel at the polls because you hear the Jamaicans calling you and saying, "We love what you do. You save us from getting beaten and thump up and lock up, and so we respect you for that." Not being sarcastic with that one.
Yeah, and people are crazy because first of all, to him light a flag right there, so the NYPD would have jumped right in them say, and in the rain. Plus, we wouldn't do that. That's not who we are. But this is a message that they're trying to get out because they're trying everything. They're desperate. So, Doc, look, want to thank you for coming on, man, because people are listening more than ever, and that's you're partly responsible for that because you're giving them an option to big pharma, to tradition. You're not replacing it, but you're telling them that look, there's a place and a space for Caribbean indigenous Caribbean medicine, and I think people are hearkening to the message, and so I expect that you're gonna get a lot more calls. And I said it jokingly, but seriously, you're gonna need a bigger staff to deal with everything that's going on. So I'll turn to you now, Sir, for some parting words.
All right, thank you again. It's the march was phenomenal. I watched it. I went through the chat, and as I said yesterday, when I looked at it, I realized that this was, this is something that you initiated, but it has grown bigger. It is now owned by the people. It's almost as if everybody feels that same level of ownership for this move, and it is gaining momentum. It's like a snowball that's growing, and I believe this is one of the greatest system of accountability that Jamaica can have now. It's not here in Jamaica where it can be infiltrated, or it can be somehow controlled by the system here. So it gives a lot of objectivity, and because people can see that this wasn't something that just came about because of personal vendetta. Yeah, the whole goal is to really keep our leadership accountable. And as I said, and I talk about it, if that doesn't happen, we're very close to Haiti. Even up until now, it's difficult to get it under control because anarchy has taken over because of lack of confidence in the government. I don't know what's going to happen there, but I know that that's a very good example. It's very close to us, and we can look at that. And I believe that there's a lot of hope now that since the system has risen up to put a check and balance in place. For me, and every one of us that is on this platform, ISAT has that passion for legal representation. I know Prezi has a foundation here. Everybody that's here has a different angle in terms of helping, and everybody that's on the chat as well have a different angle from how they manifest their passion for Jamaica. And so for me, it continues tomorrow. I know a couple of people are asking me. I'm just gonna put my information in the chat so persons can our YouTube link tomorrow. I'm excited because we're looking for 12,000 people to teach 120 herbs in 12 months. And so the journey continues for us. I look forward to being on next week. And I hope that as long as we have the ability to, I'll continue to use this opportunity to share what I have for the betterment of my people here in Jamaica.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. And we look forward to having you next week, which next week we'll be talking about something else, but still significant. Indigenous Caribbean medicine. Did I have it in the words in the right order, sir? Right order. Indigenous Caribbean medicine. All right.
That is correct.
All right. Mr. President, the man who started off the thing and girl kind of trouble yesterday and start bother the CG and him a DJ, him a arranger, him a composer, him a director, him a everything. Head cook and bacco washer. Floor is yours, sir.
Well, in essence, I'm getting it done type of person, and of course, hanging out with you, so it rubs off. But I want to tip my hat to our fearless founder and leader, Dr. Rupert A. Francis, and the hard work and commitment that he has put in fighting for the diaspora over these many years. It is his passion, his desire for change that inspires us all, and we just want to always show the love and respect for that. And I'm hoping as we continue to stand on his shoulder that we can really lift this and keep this banner raising. Again, I want to thank you, Will, for allowing me to come on your platform. Normally, I'm on a talk show. I'm on the radio, and there's no cameras looking at me. And, so this is a different experience. Nonetheless, I know I'm, the most charming one on the screen, but just saying. Well, at least that's what they're saying in the chat. But I want to thank you for the opportunity, Ratty, to come on here to have this opportunity to be a blessing. And historically speaking, from what I've seen, a majority of every great movement start by righteous-minded people. If you really look at it, you could even say most of the greatest movements are religious people who have a feeling or a fear of God or a supreme being, but yet still a passion for the causes that they want to champion. And I feel that love from you, from this team, that these are people, and we're all people with that same love, that same passion to obey the Most High, but also to care for our brothers and sisters. And there's a scripture verse that keep reverberating throughout history, and I always come back to it whenever I get discouraged. Am I my brother's keeper? And it is a really, really important question. Are we our brother's keeper? And the thing about it that really defines us, whether we're our brother's keeper, is whether or not we do something to make or benefit our brothers. You know, I was asked recently, someone said, Mr. President, you know, I'm struggling to find out what is my purpose in life. And I said, Ratty, I said, listen, if you want to know what your purpose in life is, you need to make someone's life better. Because the moment you take it onto yourself to make someone's life much better than it was, or better than it was, you would have fulfilled one of the greatest purpose you can do. And I see us doing that, making lives better. My not-for-profit organization that Dr. Ben referred to, we run a team in Jamaica and 1 year in the US. You know, we always talk about reaching the unreachable, loving the unlovable, and touching the untouchable. So my passion for the causes of people who are marginalized and disenfranchised is something that will never change. And I'm so happy that I'm aligned with like-minded people who want the same thing. And we will continue, I said, being that thorn in the flesh of the Council General or any administration. Because when we ask, are we invited to partake? And they keep turning their back, and that's what they're used to. Turning their back on people who are crying out to them, turning their backs on people who are looking to them for leadership and to set example, turning their backs and walking away, and even causing problems. So it's important to me that we will be resolute, that we will hold our head straight and set our faces like a flint, and we will never flinch. We will never back down. And again, thank you so much to you, to Dr. Rupert, and to every other patriot mystic. I've grown to love and respect you guys. Herb, I get to meet you for the first time in person. Amazing. I just want to thank ISAT and Dr. Ben for the work you guys doing. Such a remarkable way. Not a lot of people want to be associated with you, Ratty. Not a lot of people want to show their face with you, because guess what? Some power brokers and some powers that be don't like your name. But let me tell you, that name sends chills up their spine. Rattigan, the Rottweiler. And them I got tired to see your face. I promise you, you know, this is it. This is where all of them start lose sleep. And I promise you, we take every advice and consent, and we will look into what we're going to do to make the YouTube algorithm works better, to reach out more. And the Carla was right. I just want to say that to those of you in the comment who are saying anything, it wouldn't change the format or the duration, but the chapters in the algorithm will help the feed and the stream to go out more after it's broadcast. So there's a lot of great ideas, and we're going to work to develop this for the people. And I yield back to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just say thanks to all of you, but there's one person I'd like to say a special thanks to, and that's Mrs. Mystic. Happy Mother's Day, ma'am. All right. And happy Mother's Day to all of you in the chat, all of you out there, all the women. Happy Mother's Day, because without you, where would we be? And you know, the protest was, it was just we've laid the gauntlet down. Let's put it that way. And so now we move to the next phase, and that will be spearheaded by none other than Mr. Herb T. And he has a big job, because he has to take care of Legislative Week. He has to take care of setting up the appointments with the Congress, the staffers and the congressmen and women. Then he also has to arrange for the protest. So we're all gonna chip in. We're all gonna help because we're one team. It's one fight, one team. And for those of you in the Northeast, I think we're gonna rent a bus. You know, volunteerism is something else. When people start seeing that you're making a difference, they start to volunteer. While we're on the program tonight, a friend of mine wrote me and he said, let me read the message. Hold on. Okay. He said, I got you the buses for DC. 3,000 each, 56 seats, 53 per person round trip. 6 buses on standby if you're interested. And I'm sure we're probably gonna get these seats discounted or subsidized. So people, the plan for DC is underway. And I can tell you that if you think New York, given the weather and everything else, if you think New York was remarkable, DC is gonna blow your socks off. So Herb T, we have work, my brother, and we're gonna start next week. In the next in about 2 or 3 days, we're gonna start. So I'm looking forward to that. I thought I was gonna take a break, but when I think about the mission, I said, no, we can't take no break. We just have to just go through this because we want to make ISAT sit down there. And we want to make ISAT just start thinking and say, what's next? What them people are doing? Them can't stop embarrass the government. Why them keep doing this and make the, we want to keep ISAT on them toes. So, but on a serious note, this is not only for, well, let me say it another way. What we're doing is for the people living in Jamaica. The 70% or so of you who tonight will go to bed hungry or with empty calories in your stomach. And, you have to go see Dr. Ben. And as gracious as he is and as beneficent as he is, there's only so many people he can see because his budget is stretched thin. Plus, not only his budget, but he's one person. That's why he's asking, for people to volunteer so he can train you. Which brings me to this point with Dr. Ben. We are going to start an initiative for him because he needs to care for more people. He's doing the best he can, but he's stretched thin right now. And so we're going to reach out to all of you to contribute in whatever way you can. And we had a discussion this morning, and he said, no, it's not financing only. If people have certain equipment, if they have certain supplies, then we're willing to go that route. But we're going to talk more about that in the next coming weeks, and we're going to set something up with the radio station so that we can make our contributions there. But again, think the contribution doesn't have to be financial. Dr. Ben is going to explain maybe next week what exactly he needs to get this thing off the ground, because God knows there are lots of people in Jamaica who need his help, and they're not getting it right now. Not because he doesn't want to, but because he's restricted. He's restricted because he's only one person and his resources are limited. So again, thank you for tuning in, especially on short notice, because I wasn't planning on doing this program. And look at this, we still have 2,200 devices attached to this thing after 6 hours. Remarkable. Love all on. Take care of yourself. Remember, tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes at 4, Wayne Lonesome at 7, Isaac Buchanan Thursdays, 5 to 7, 4 to 6 Jamaica time. Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, Jamaican Carlos. Love you, my brother. I love the sacrifice you put in. All of these gentlemen, you can catch them on a daily basis on YouTube and Facebook, I believe. So until we meet tomorrow, thank you, thank you, thank you.